Her Athlete's Wedding Secret. A Small Town Celebrity Romance. A Maple Creek Sweet Romance, Book 4. Written by Cindy Ray Hale. Narrated by Liz Krane. Chapter 1. Guests at Alexis and Owen's high-profile wedding milled about in the ballroom of the Whitmore house. Cameras flashed as the media covered the event. Benson saw the newlyweds happily greeting their guests. Celebrities and locals from Maple Creek mingled together. Benson would have thought they would mix like oil and water, but the people of Maple Creek were welcoming to all. They weren't the type to be suspicious of big city folk. They had enough celebrities from their town to be used to outsiders by now. Tessa Randall sat with Carrington Dalton at one of the round tables set up on the outer rim of the room. The middle was cleared for the dance floor. A few couples were dancing. He scanned the room for any prospects. He was always looking for beautiful women to approach. It had become a habit of his over the past few years. It helped numb the pain. Tessa and Carrington were both gorgeous women, but he'd grown up with them. They knew what he was like in high school. They'd sized him up as a player years ago. He could tell by the way they looked down their noses at him. It was like they thought he was tainted. He was looking for someone new who didn't know anything about him or his past, or someone who didn't care. There were plenty of beautiful women at the wedding, and as the quarterback of the New York Giants, he could get whatever girl he wanted. He'd gotten cocky about it, too. It was only a matter of time before something happened to knock him off his high horse. That was how life went. Lucky streaks only lasted so long before reality hit. He was long overdue for a healthy dose of reality. Benson's phone rang, and he pulled it from the inside pocket of his tux jacket. He made a face. It was Cameron, his agent. He had been trying to get a hold of him all night. He hoped he wasn't still mad about his little stunt in Central Park last weekend.
"Cameron,"
he said when he answered the phone.
"I'm at Owen Hadley's wedding reception right now. Can this wait?"
"Not if you want to play football this fall." Benson's stomach twisted into knots.
"What's going on?"
"Look, Bill heard about your incident in Central Park, and he says you're off the team unless you can settle down."
"He can't just kick me off. I still have 3 years left in my contract."
"You realize that your contract states any misconduct that is detrimental to the team or makes the team look bad could result in the termination of the contract. But it's up to the discretion of the coaches, owners, and management. Keep in mind that if you're kicked off the team, no other team will touch you. Your career will be over."
"Okay,"
Benson said slowly, his heart pounding at the news. It was worse than he thought. Maybe spinning donuts in the grass in Central Park in Old Bessie hadn't been the best idea. But he couldn't shrink away from a challenge. He'd never back down from a dare. And he knew he'd had too much to drink.
"What does he mean by settle down?"
"Find a wife."
"A wife? No way. That's completely out of the question."
Benson crossed his beefy arms, and the back of his tuxedo pulled tight across his shoulders. "You don't have a choice. What you did was completely illegal. You're aware of that, right?"
"Yeah, I know."
"You're lucky you're not spending time behind bars. That's where you'd be if it weren't for the Giants' top-notch legal team. Your attorney was able to get your charge dropped to a hefty fine and some community service."
"Do we have to talk about this now?"
Benson complained.
"I'm kind of in the middle of something."
"Listen, I'm serious about you finding a wife. Marry someone who will help clean up your image, not one of those sleazy girls you keep showing up with in the tabloids. You're in Maple Creek right now, aren't you?"
"Yeah."
"That's a great place to look. Marry a girl from your hometown. The sooner, the better."
"You've got to be kidding me. I can't marry a girl from back home." Why not? I don't see what the problem is.
Cameron sounded irritated, like he was about to snap.
They all hate me?
Why do you think they hate you?
Well, I haven't exactly been a model citizen of Maple Creek,
he said with a sheepish smile.
What's that supposed to mean? I used to go down to the lake and drink beers with my friends. But they weren't our beers. They belonged to some campers and we stole all their coolers. The only time the mayor's daughter was with us, we got her drunk, and the cops showed up. We were all sober enough to get away, but she could hardly stand. She tried to get away too, but she could only crawl so fast on her hands and knees. Let's just say it ruined her cheerleading career, and we all got away with it. But everyone in town knew I was involved, so now all the girls hate me. And the rumors the mayor spread didn't help. Admittedly, they were mostly true. Now I'm not exactly the most eligible bachelor in Maple Creek. You would think that being a New York Giants quarterback would be to my benefit with the girls in Maple Creek, but unfortunately, they're not superficial.
What do you mean, unfortunately, they're not superficial? Cameron snapped. That's a good thing?
Yeah, well, in most situations. But I've got to find a woman to agree to marry me. I'm going to have to find someone who's a bit superficial to go along with this nonsense. I need a girl who can get a little starry-eyed with me. And the girls of Maple Creek know me all too well.
Stop being such a self-absorbed jerk and get some manners.
I'm not a self-absorbed jerk, Benson protested. I can't help it if I want to have a good time once in a while. It's just too bad that I keep getting caught.
You just destroyed public property in the most well-loved park in America.
Benson scowled defensively. I just tore up the grass a little. It's nothing that can't be fixed. Tell them to send me the bill.
You still don't see that you did anything wrong?
Cameron sounded exhausted. Not really. I was just having a bit of fun.
You've got to be kidding me. Can't you at least pretend to feel bad?
Fine. I feel bad,
Benson admitted. He did feel a little guilty. He shouldn't have been drinking that much. It tended to get him into trouble.
Does that make you feel better?
No. Until you have an engagement announced with a respectable woman, your position on this team is hanging by a thread. They won't wait long before finding your replacement. There are plenty of other football players out there.
Not as good as I am.
They're tired of your antics. You're making the team look bad. You're the best quarterback the team has had in many years, but even that won't save you this time. Benson sighed.
I understand.
Good. I expect to hear back from you by the end of the week. If you don't have a girl lined up to marry, there won't be much more I can do to help salvage this situation.
The end of the week?
Benson couldn't believe it.
That's not enough time to find someone to agree to marry me.
It has to be, or you don't have a football career anymore. They're already threatening to end your contract, and then no team will take you. The good news is, I have faith in you. Cameron ended the call, and Benson sank into a chair, dazed. What was he going to do now?
You okay, Benson?
Chase asked, coming up to him. He shook his head.
No. What's going on? I did something stupid, and now I'm about to get kicked off the team. You mean spinning donuts in Central Park?
Chase asked.
You know about that?
Benson asked.
I think most of Maple Creek knows. They've been talking about it all week. Why doesn't that surprise me?
Chase shrugged.
It's a small town. They love to follow the news on what happens with the celebrities from around here. I should have known that story would be all over the news. Did they say anything cool about my truck? Old Bessie can tear it up. I think they said it was a hunk of junk. Shh, that's going to offend old Bessie, and she won't run right if she's offended. It's a machine. It doesn't have feelings. Don't say that too loud. Bessie might hear you. You're ridiculous. I can't believe you're still driving that old truck. I remember when you drove it back in high school, and it had all kinds of problems. Those weren't really problems. The key being stuck in the ignition wasn't that much of an issue. All I had to do was tap the ignition with a hammer, and it would start right up. Nobody knew how to steal that old truck because they didn't know how to start it. It's like a built-in anti-theft device. I'm pretty sure that no one knew the finish hammer in the middle seat was used to start the truck. They just think it was broken down and would move on to someone else's truck. I remember you asked me to drive it one time and I couldn't figure out how to start it. It takes a gentle touch. Old Bessie can be a little particular. If you hit it too hard, she goes past the point of no return. If you hit it too little, she won't hit the right wire to spark the ignition. You had to hit it exactly right to get it to fire up. I can't believe you're still driving that truck when you can afford to get a new one. There's nothing wrong with old Bessie. Why wouldn't I be driving her? She runs just fine. The tabloids seem to think it's crazy, so it's not just me who's saying it. I try to avoid hearing what the tabloids have to say about me, Benson said. I can understand that, Chase said. What does your agent think about your antics with old Bessie at Central Park? He wants me to get married. Married, huh? Chase laughed. And what did you say to that? I'm not happy about it. That's not a big surprise. Who's the lucky girl? Chase asked. I have no idea, but I have to find her before the end of the week. They aren't giving you much time. Chase had an excited spark in his eyes. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Benson grumbled. You have to admit it's funny. You're the guy who always says you don't want to get married. I don't think it's very funny. I'm kind of freaking out here. You'll figure it out. You always do. You're the mighty Benson Patrick. Whatever you say. Benson frowned. Let's go over your options. He wants me to find a girl from Maple Creek, Benson said. Even better. Now I know all the choices. You don't need to get so excited about this. My life is falling apart right now. Oh, come on, Benson. You know as well as the rest of us that it's well past time for you to settle down. Benson refused to meet Chase's animated gaze. I was perfectly happy with the way things were. What's going on? Krane came up to them. We need to find a wife for Benson. You're welcome to have mine. She's driving me up the wall, Krane said. No, I'm being serious, Chase said. Benson filled Krane in on what was going on. That's an issue. They aren't giving you much time, aren't they? Nope. What about Tessa? Krane said, pointing to where she sat with Carrington. She's a little uptight, Benson said. Exactly. That's precisely the kind of girl your coach would want you to marry. I guess so. Benson wasn't in the mood to pick out a wife. He wished he could go back to New York and forget any of this ever happened. But if he wanted to play football, he would have to bring home a woman. And not just any woman, the stuffy kind who would impress his boss. Tessa was always talking about how she wanted to move to a big city. Maybe she'd consider the arrangement? But how would he go about asking her something like that? The idea was pure insanity. Normally, he was the kind of guy who loved insanity. But this was different, because of his past. Benson had a secret even the press hadn't found out about. He'd almost been married before. He'd been deeply in love with Megan, but she abandoned him at the altar right as they were exchanging vows. She turned and fled down the aisle. It happened soon after he was recruited to the Giants. She hated the paparazzi and insisted that they keep the wedding under wraps. He'd done everything he could to accommodate her. Now he was glad he had,
because very few people knew how she'd humiliated him. Other than the pastor, only a small handful of their closest friends and family were there, and they were all sworn to secrecy. He'd been destroyed after Megan left him. He'd never gotten over it. Now he numbed the pain with reckless behavior and switching from woman to woman. He never dated one girl long enough to grow attached, because he couldn't let his heart get broken again. Not after what he'd been through. So he made sure to steer clear of nice girls like Tessa. She deserved better than him. Normally, he would never even ask her on a date, but he was desperate. He'd been handed an opportunity of a lifetime playing for the NFL, and he didn't want to squander it because he was too afraid to ask a girl out. But he was terrified. Benson Patrick, who was a master at getting any woman he wanted, was scared out of his wits of getting turned down. But he'd tasted rejection before, and he wasn't sure he could handle it again. He just had to make sure his heart didn't get involved this time. That was the difference. If Tessa told him no, he'd just find someone else. Maybe Carrington, but she seemed too rooted in Maple Creek. She was running the art museum, and she was highly involved in her dad's life. Soraya Tate was another option. She ran the jewelry store. As far as he knew, she wasn't dating anyone. She was one of the bridesmaids in Alexis's wedding. But she was tied up in the store she was running.
You never dated Tessa in high school, did you?
Krane asked.
Nope. She was one of the few I didn't date.
Why not?
Chase asked. She seemed too absorbed in the school newspaper. She wasn't interested. There were plenty of other girls who were,
Benson said with a shrug.
I remember that. She's still like that,
Krane said.
All wrapped up in her job. And never dating anyone,
Chase pointed out.
I have a feeling she's going to say no,
Benson said.
You'll never know if you don't try,
Chase said.
That's true,
Krane said.
Since when do you back down from a challenge? You're right. This isn't like me.
What had gotten into him?
But then again, I've never been about to lose my career.
Just go over there and explain the situation to her, Krane said.
Right now?
Benson looked at them like they were nuts. You only have a week to convince her.
Time's a-wasting,
Krane said.
That's a good point. No time to lose. And you're already dressed up?
Chase pointed out. Now's the perfect opportunity.
Here goes nothing,
Benson said. He crossed the room to where Tessa sat with Carrington, his two buddies whooping behind him.
Hey, Tessa.
She looked up at him, a smile crossing her beautiful face. Oh, hey there, Benson. I was hoping to talk to you tonight. I wanted to ask you something. Her dirty brown hair fell in soft waves around her face. She looked gorgeous in her blue bridesmaid dress.
Do you want to take a walk outside with me?
He asked.
I'd like to speak with you about an opportunity in New York City.
Tessa sat up straighter, like this information caught her attention. Absolutely. I'll be back in a bit, Carrington. What's this opportunity? Is it a job? She sounded eager about the job idea.
Sort of. Are you looking for a new job?
Tessa's cheeks turned pink. She was cute when she was embarrassed. It's been my dream for as long as I can remember to get a job in New York City with a large publication. I was wondering if you'd be interested in giving me an interview. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I'm hoping it could help me land a job outside of Maple Creek.
An interview, huh?
Yep. Hope shone in her eyes.
I'm not so sure about that. I can't just have interviews without talking to my agent. There's a process here. Protocols.
There weren't really protocols. He just made that up. But he didn't want Tessa to think she had it that easy. Tessa frowned. Oh, I see. Well, thanks anyway.
I might be able to make an exception.
I'm listening.
So you want to work for a big city newspaper?
An idea began to formulate in Benson's mind. This could work out to his advantage. Yep. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? He led her to the garden area behind the mansion.
I'm dealing with a bit of a difficult situation right now.
What's going on?
I got in trouble with my coach because I was caught doing donuts in Central Park in my truck.
Oh, Bessie?
You know about that?
She rolled her eyes. Everyone knows about that?
They do?
You were even featured in one of those off-roading magazines as a joke.
How did you know about the off-road magazine? I just found out about that last week.
Hey, I have to stay informed. I'm a newspaper reporter, Tessa said. So, what does you spinning donuts have to do with the proposition you have for me? Or whatever it is you wanted to talk to me about?
I need a wife.
I'm sorry, what was that? Tessa stopped walking and stared at him like she hadn't heard him right. I must be going crazy because it sounded like you said you need a wife.
That is what I said.
Chapter 2. Tessa's mind whirled. Are you proposing to me?
Not officially.
Her surroundings began to tilt. I can't believe this.
My agent told me I'm going to get kicked off the team if I don't find a wife. He wants me to find someone from Maple Creek, and he wants me to decide on a wife by the end of the week.
Her mouth fell open. Why me?
I know you want to move to the big city.
She closed her mouth. That's true. I'm dying to leave Maple Creek. I have been since I was a kid.
Why haven't you left yet?
I never felt like I could leave my mom, and it just never seemed like the right time.
Is your mom sick?
She's pretty unstable. I'm not sure I could abandon her.
What if you were able to fly back frequently?
I'd never had the money for something like that, Tessa said. I'm not exactly bringing home much cash reporting for the Maple Creek Examiner.
I would make sure all your financial needs were met. You'd be able to fly back to see your mom as much as you wanted.
I don't think so, Benson. This is crazy. I can't just up and get married. You don't even like me. He crossed his arms. Wow, they were huge. She could tell even under his tux coat.
I like you.
Enough to marry me?
I'm desperate.
Gee, thanks. Tessa felt the humiliation burning in her face. He'd never noticed her in high school, and now he'd made it all too clear how he felt about her. He probably wasn't even attracted to her. She wasn't his type. She was bookish and nerdy. He was the king of the jock world, but she did like sports reporting.
So, what do you say?
I say no. This wasn't what she had in mind when she thought about her future wedding. She'd been thinking about it more lately. Sure, she'd been married to her job, but deep down, she was a hopeless romantic. She usually focused that side of herself on her friends, cheering on their romantic endeavors from the sidelines. She'd never stepped into the spotlight herself. With several of her high school friends getting married off recently, she'd been dreaming about her own happily ever after, wondering when it would be her turn. She'd expected some amazing guy to come along to sweep her off her feet. Benson wasn't her Prince Charming. He was loud and crass and too much of a flirt.
Come on, Tessa. I know this sounds crazy, but my career's on the line right now.
That's not my problem. You should have thought about that when you decided to break the law.
What about you? Were you ever planning on getting married?
When marriage didn't work out for my mom, it broke her. I don't want the same thing to happen to me.
If you want, we can be married in name only and act happily married for the tabloids so the public would think we're a real couple. Just for the next 3 years when my contract is up. After that, we can get a divorce and you can walk away with $2 million. It would just be a piece of paper and a bit of acting.
Tessa had never seen $2 million. All her needs would be met for the next 3 years. She could focus on her career and maybe even write a book. We aren't exactly friends. We didn't even hang out in high school. You were too busy chasing after cheerleaders.
You wouldn't have even looked at me if I'd tried to talk to you,
Benson said.
You were all wrapped up in the newspaper.
I would have talked to you. Why did that sound so timid and lame to her ears? She squared her shoulders. I didn't know you were interested.
Let's leave the past in the past. What matters now is the fact that I'm in big trouble and you can help me save my career. And I'd be more than willing to give you that interview. Loads of interviews if you want, Benson said. Better yet, you want your dream job, right?
Yes.
What if I told you that you could get your dream job just by being married to me?
How would being married to you help me get my dream job? She asked.
Think about it. If you're married to the quarterback of the New York Giants, you could get your foot in the door with all kinds of companies. You'd be famous. I'd be willing to use my name to get you into some upscale mixers where you'd have more networking opportunities.
Tessa hadn't thought of that. It would open opportunities that would be otherwise closed. She loved her job, but it didn't exactly look great on a resume if she was going to go up against big-time players at a New York publication. She couldn't even get a job as the editor of Maple Creek's newspaper. She was pretty sure Joan was going to get the position. She'd been working for the paper longer and had more experience overall. Benson was giving her an opportunity she would never find anywhere else. Was she being a fool to pass it up? She could get married to him, land her dream job, and then divorce him later and move on with the money. She cringed at the idea of getting a divorce. When her parents split up, it had been devastating to her mom. She watched her mother's mental health downward spiral after her dad left. It had made her decide to stay away from relationships, even though she was such a hopeless romantic. She saw what romance had done to her mom. For years, she'd avoided it. She was only just now starting to allow herself to hope that she could find love. I'm going to need some time to think about this, she said. Even the money wasn't enough to tempt her at this point.
I completely understand. Can you let me know before the week is up? That's when I have to let my coach know if I've found someone to marry.
That doesn't give me much time.
They're pretty fed up with me.
How do I know you're not an axe murderer?
Come on, you've known me for years.
Okay, maybe you're not an axe murderer, but I don't know if you're someone I want to be married to. I remember back in high school when you stole those coolers and the mayor's daughter ended up getting in trouble for it. How do I know you're not going to pull me into one of your big schemes next time?
You have my word. My reckless days are over. I have too much on the line.
You could have a weird quirk I don't know about.
Like what?
I don't know. Maybe you bite your toenails off or something. Benson laughed.
And here I thought you were all uptight.
Me? I'm not uptight. Benson gave her a disbelieving look. She crossed her arms defensively. Okay, maybe I'm a little uptight, but I'm working on it. Benson gave her a teasing smile.
I'm the opposite of uptight. I'll be more than happy to help you work on loosening up.
Oh, great. I'm not sure I like the sound of that.
What's that supposed to mean?
Benson asked in mock offense. I don't know. You'll probably try to get me to go skydiving or something. Tessa shuddered. She was terrified of heights.
What's wrong with skydiving?
You're proving my point right now. Tessa said, jabbing her finger into his chest. Wow, the guy was rock hard. She had the sudden desire to flatten her hand against his chest, to explore more of him. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad being married to him after all. He was undoubtedly the best-looking guy she'd met in a long time. Who was she kidding? He was the hottest guy she'd ever seen. His muscles were huge, his face was handsome in a rugged, appealing way. He kept his hair cut short and spiky. She wondered what it felt like beneath her touch. Would all that spiky hair be soft?
If I promise not to bite my toenails, will you marry me?
Tessa felt a laugh bubbling up from her chest. I told you, I'm going to need some time.
Fine. But no, I'm not going to be able to sleep with my career on the line like this.
She patted his chest. Maybe it will be good for you. She needed to stop touching him. It was too tempting. Tessa pushed open her mom's front door. Mom, are you home?
I'm back here, sweetie.
Her mom's voice carried from one of the back rooms. Tessa pushed past piles of junk to get to her mom's guest room. The bed was piled so high with random junk that she couldn't even see the bedspread anymore. Her mom was on the floor sorting through stacks of old photo albums. What are you doing? Tessa asked.
I'm organizing these old pictures.
Organizing? You've been organizing your pictures for the last 20 years. Maybe you should try organizing the rest of the house instead. She should know better than to talk to her mom like that, but she was fed up. Her mom just wanted to look at those old pictures so she could reminisce about what it was like to be married to her dad. After all these years, she still hadn't gotten over the fact that he'd left her. I know the house is a terrible mess, and I'm planning on getting to it soon. I've just been so busy lately. Busy doing what? Her mom had gotten on disability, so she didn't even have a job anymore.
Oh, you know, this and that.
She set the albums down on the closet floor and stood up.
How was the wedding yesterday?
It was interesting. She wasn't sure she should tell her mom about Benson's strange proposal. Her mom was terrible at keeping secrets, and if it got out to Maple Creek's gossip mill that their marriage, if she decided to go through with it, was a sham, it could cost Benson his career.
What do you mean by interesting?
Her mom inched her way past the bed, and Tessa backed up into the hall to let her past. Oh, you know, there were lots of celebrities and big Hollywood types there.
Oh, and Hadley is pretty famous. Were you able to do a piece on the wedding for the paper?
Yes, I'm hoping it's enough to land me that promotion.
Well, you covered Chase and Lauren's wedding last year, and it didn't seem to be enough.
The job wasn't open then, but I'm concerned because Joan's been working for the paper longer. She's probably the logical choice.
I'm sure it will work out for you.
Her mom patted her arm.
I'm about to start dinner. Do you want some?
What are you making?
Spaghetti and meatballs.
That sounds good. I'm starving. She followed her mom into the kitchen, past piles of random junk. Mom, I wish you'd take me up on my offer to help you declutter around here.
I told you I will. I'm just not quite ready to part with some of this stuff yet.
You have Christmas decorations still sitting in the hallway, waiting to be put in the attic, and it's June.
I'm planning on putting that away this weekend.
You've been saying that for the past 5 months.
You don't need to hound me about it. I've got everything under control.
I'm worried about your health. It's not clean in here. You've got cat litter scattered all across your floor. I don't even know how many cats you have living here now. I've lost count.
You know my kitties make me happy. They're my emotional support animals.
You don't need 15 emotional support animals.
You don't understand how much they help me get through the dark days.
I get it that your cats help you feel better, but couldn't you spend time with large amounts of cats by volunteering at the animal shelter?
You know I don't feel well enough to do that.
I know depression is an ugly beast. I get it. I've been to therapy with you enough to know that, but I also know that it helps to get out of the house and stay busy.
I do stay busy. My kitties keep me busy.
Tessa felt like she was going in circles talking to her mom. She never knew what to expect next. Sometimes her mom had out-of-control outbursts when she got angry, and the smallest thing could overwhelm her. It was no wonder, with her house being such a wreck. Anyone would be overwhelmed living like that. Tessa kept her own home spotlessly clean. After growing up with her mom's messy habits, she decided she wanted to be as clean as possible. She couldn't stand to live the way her mom did. She moved into the kitchen and helped her mom wash the dishes so the pots would be clean for dinner. That was how her mom washed dishes. They sat dirty on the counters until she needed to use them. Then she decided to wash them, only to put them on the cluttered counters so the food could dry on the sides. It made Tessa's skin crawl to run a kitchen like that. When she was a kid, she didn't know any different. But as she got older, she started to clean the house herself since her mom wasn't doing it. When she turned 18, she moved out as soon as she could so she wouldn't have to live in such a mess anymore. Her mom started collecting the cats after she moved out. Now the entire house smelled like one giant litter box. The cats got tired of their litter box not being cleaned out, so they used the bathroom all over the house instead. Tessa was about to start wearing a face mask when she went to her mom's house because the air didn't feel safe to breathe. What does your therapist say about the house?
We haven't discussed it.
You haven't? I told you last week to discuss it with her.
Well, I forgot to bring it up.
Tessa wondered if her mom forgot or if she just didn't bother to mention it because she didn't want to face what her therapist would say to her about the state of her house. Her mom had turned into a full-blown hoarder. Tessa didn't know what she could do to help her mom. The situation had gotten out of control. How would her mom survive if she decided to marry Benson and move to New York City? What would she do without Tessa coming over to check on her? Was it worth it for Tessa to give up on her dreams so she could spend the rest of her life pushing her mom to clean her house? She was tired of fighting with her mom. She loved her, but she couldn't force her to make better decisions. Chapter 3. Benson woke up at the home he'd rented for his stay in Maple Creek for the wedding. He stretched on the bed. He'd had to extend his stay at the place for another week so he could have enough time to convince Tessa to marry him. Luckily, the owner of the property hadn't booked up the place yet, so there was still availability. It was comfortable enough, but it wasn't nearly as posh as his high-rise condo in New York City. He'd just bought it brand new last year, and it was packed with upgrades. Benson went downstairs to make himself a cup of coffee, but when he got down there, he saw that he'd run out of coffee. The landlord must have provided only enough for the period he'd originally booked. He went back upstairs and showered and dressed. He'd just have to go out in town to pick up some coffee. He fired up old Bessie in the driveway. He decided to drive rather than fly because he didn't want to be without his truck. He knew he was a little attached, but he didn't care. He loved his truck anyway. He drove into town. The place where he was staying was an older farmhouse about 10 minutes from Maple Creek. It was charming, with neighboring cows who mooed at him whenever he went outside. He and old Bessie fit in well there. When he got to Josie's coffee shop, he parked and then pushed open the back door. The room was full of locals. Josie's was the best place in town for coffee, and it was well known. He'd figured that out just from the few times he'd been in town lately. "Hey, Benson!" Josie smiled at him. "What can I get you?"
"I'll have your special brew and a blueberry muffin."
"Sure thing." He paid her and glanced over at the front door to see Tessa coming inside. Her dirty brown hair hung around her face in loose waves. She had on a silky taupe shirt and black slacks. Just looking at her sped up his heart rate. He had to be careful around her. She wasn't just one of those girls he'd date quickly and then never see again. Tessa had the potential to get to his heart. He couldn't have that. His timing couldn't be more perfect. He needed to talk to her, to convince her to marry him. She got in line behind him.
"You going into work today?"
he asked her. "Yep. I usually stop by Josie's before work to grab some coffee."
"You and half the town, it seems."
"Pretty much."
"Have you thought any more about my proposal?"
"Yes, I've thought about it." She kept her face expressionless. He couldn't read anything off her body language.
"And?"
"And I'm still thinking. You told me I have a week to decide." He clenched his teeth together. In the meantime, his life hung by a thread that was about to snap at any moment.
"Do you mind if I join you for coffee this morning? Or do you have to hurry off to work?"
"I can sit for a minute and talk. I don't have work until 9. That was a good sign. At least she was willing to do that much. She could have lied and said she had to rush off to work, but she didn't. She was open to spending time with him. He thought she'd be more hostile toward him. She hadn't seemed to like him before, but he'd never really tried to get to know her either. Not more than small talk. When Tessa had her coffee, she joined Benson at the table he'd picked out for them.
"I have to admit,"
he said,
"I'm surprised you want to sit and talk with me."
"Why is that?" she asked.
"I had the impression that you didn't like me,"
Benson said. "That's because you're a player."
"So you don't like me?"
"That depends."
"On what?"
He took a bite of the blueberry muffin he'd ordered. "Are you going to still be a player if I marry you? I know it wouldn't be real, and I accept that, but I don't want to be humiliated by you flirting with other girls behind my back. I know you have the tabloids all up in your business."
"Other than the fact that you see me as a player, you don't have a problem with me?"
"That and you're always getting in trouble. Otherwise, you seem like a decent enough guy."
"So, if I tell you I'll clean up my act and I won't date anyone else, you'll like me better?"
"Theoretically."
"You have my word. Consider both done."
He leaned forward, dropping his voice. He didn't want someone to overhear their conversation. He knew the town was full of gossips.
"If and when we get together, I'll be completely faithful to you and only you. I will do my best to respect you and your good name. I won't be pulling any more crazy stunts."
He had his reasons for flirting with so many girls, but he didn't plan on sharing his private business with Tessa. Tessa eyed him like she didn't believe what he was promising her. "How do I know you're not just telling me that to get me to agree to the wedding?"
"You don't know that. You'll just have to trust me."
"You know, this could be a terrible idea for me."
"Why is that?"
Benson asked. "As your new wife, I'm going to have the spotlight on me, and you might date a bunch of other women behind my back. You could get caught, and the media would have a heyday with it, and I could end up being humiliated."
"I take my promises very seriously."
"So do I. That's another reason I'm hesitant to say yes to this crazy idea. I don't want to make these vows with a person I barely know. Yes, we went to high school together, but we weren't even friends. Our friends weren't even friends."
"Sure they were. Alexis was friends with Owen. Weren't you friends with her?"
"I guess so."
"See? There's a connection."
"Fine, I'll give you that."
What if we took the time to get to know each other? At least until the end of the week. I'd give you longer, but my coach is coming down on me.
You know this entire idea is insanity, right?
My life has been one long stream of insanity,
Benson said. And my life has been boring. I've spent the entire thing in Maple Creek where nothing happens.
This is the perfect opportunity for you to change it up, Benson promised.
You're not wrong about that. She sipped her coffee.
So, what do you say?
He asked. I'm not going to commit my life to you unless I at least know you a little better.
Okay, Benson said.
Tessa wasn't such a bad choice. She was just as hot as any of the girls he'd been casually dating, but she had a depth to her as well. If he had to marry someone, she would make any guy a wonderful wife. But that was the problem for him. It was why he didn't do commitments. Megan left him destroyed. If it weren't for his coach insisting on this marriage, he'd happily stay single for the rest of his life. But if he wanted to keep his career, he had to accept that a wedding was in his future. He just needed to figure out a way to do it without getting his heart involved. As long as he could keep his protective barriers up, this fake marriage could work. It was his only option. But he felt bad dragging Tessa into this mess. She deserved better, a real husband. But he knew he couldn't give her that. He'd locked up his heart tight, and he had zero plans to unlock it. He never again wanted to endure the pain he'd experienced when Megan left him. It had been the worst agony he'd ever felt. No man should ever hurt that deeply. He couldn't let his heart feel anything toward Tessa. He'd made peace with the fact that he wouldn't have true happiness. That possibility ended when Megan ditched him at the altar. So he'd fought to dull the pain. But dulling the pain by dating around was no longer an option. Not if he wanted to protect Tessa and honor the marriage vows he'd need to make. He'd have to find a new way to endure the pain. In the meantime, if he wanted Tessa to agree to marry him, he'd have to build a friendship with her. And if he wanted the town to believe his marriage proposal was real, they'd need to see him together with Tessa before their engagement was announced.
I think it's a great idea for us to spend time together this week. It's not like I have anything else to do anyway.
Oh, so I'm just here to fill up your empty time? She snapped.
I didn't mean it that way, Benson said. I would love to spend time with you.
Fine. Then what are we going to do?
I think this counts, doesn't it?
Sure, this counts. We're having coffee together.
Then consider this our first date.
He hated that he was calling this little meeting of theirs a date. Normally, when he went on a date, he booted the girl from his life soon after. But he wouldn't be able to do that this time. Tessa was here to stay. At least he hoped she was. His career depended on it. Okay, what's next?
We could go to dinner tonight, Benson said.
That works for me. Dressy or casual?
What would you prefer?
Casual.
Burgers and fries at Jet's Diner? Benson asked.
Sure.
So tell me about your job, Benson said.
I'm a reporter for the Maple Creek Examiner, but you probably already knew that. I've been working there for 5 years. The editor is about to retire, and I'm hoping to get the position.
Is that one of the reasons that you're holding off on agreeing to the engagement?
Benson asked. It's part of it. I've worked hard for this promotion, and I've had it as a goal for a long time.
I remember you were the editor of our school newspaper.
That's right.
So you already have a bit of experience.
I thought I was on top of the world back then. I loved being the editor-in-chief. Tessa got a faraway look in her eyes.
I'd say I hope you get the job, but I'm secretly hoping you don't, so you'll agree to come live in New York with me.
Your proposal did throw a bit of a wrench into my plans.
Maybe you're supposed to work at a bigger newspaper like you've always wanted anyway. Haven't you thought of that?
I know, Tessa sighed. But I'd be starting all over with something new and unfamiliar. There's something safe about Maple Creek.
That's the easier road.
Exactly. As much as I want to explore the world and move to the big city, there's a part of me that's terrified to leave the town I grew up in. And then I'd be abandoning my mom, too. She needs me, although I'm not sure she appreciates what I do for her.
Why do you say that?
Benson asked. She doesn't listen to a thing I say.
You can't control what she wants to do. Only she can do that.
Yeah, I know. I get so frustrated with her when she won't listen, because I can see the way to help her out of her problems, and she won't take my advice. And then she stays miserable, and I have to clean up after her.
Who said it's your job to do that?
Benson asked. Well, no one, exactly. But I feel like I have to because I'm her daughter.
I thought it was the mom's job to be the parent.
Tessa laughed derisively. You don't know my mom.
What's she like?
She's a mess, figuratively and literally. Don't get me wrong, I love my mom, but I would never run my house the way she does.
Is she just a messy housekeeper?
Worse. She's a crazy cat lady and a hoarder. I feel bad saying that about my mom, but it's the truth. The entire town knows it.
I don't think there's anything you can do about that. Isn't hoarding a sign of an underlying mental problem?
She has a lot of mental problems. She's bipolar, and she's pretty traumatized from when my dad left her.
That sounds like a lot for you to deal with.
It is a lot.
You deserve to live for you.
And you think me marrying you would be me living for me?
It could be.
Oh, yeah? Tessa crossed her arms over her chest. How?
We talked about this. You could get that job you've always wanted in the big city.
I know. I've always had that image floating around in the back of my mind. I just never thought it would happen, so I didn't plan my life around it.
What's the point of having an aspiration if you don't think you'll ever get to live it?
Don't you realize that most people don't get to live their dreams? Tessa asked. You're so used to getting all your wants fulfilled that you don't understand how normal people live.
Trust me, I understand not getting something I desperately wanted.
And he did. For one, he knew he'd never get a happily ever after. Not after what happened with Megan. That seems hard to believe, coming from a pro football player.
A pro football player who might have his career destroyed soon.
You're not trying to make me feel guilty, are you?
No.
Because this is a huge life decision I'd be making.
I completely understand.
It's not every day that a girl gets proposed to. Not that you did a very good job of it. It was hardly romantic. Tessa made a face.
Considering the circumstances, I couldn't very well propose romantically. You would have thought I was insane.
You are insane.
My coach is insane.
No, your coach is fed up. At least that's what it sounds like to me.
Unfortunately, you're right about that. I brought it upon myself.
Well, at least you recognize that.
I didn't want to at first,
Benson admitted. It's a good thing you do, or you could be in worse trouble than you are.
That's probably true.
Why did you pick me, of all people?
I knew you wanted to move to the city, and you're level-headed. You're just the kind of girl my coach would want to see me with.
I'll take that as a compliment. Tessa sipped on her coffee.
At least you're not offended by it.
Hey, I'm not going to kid myself into thinking that you mean anything romantic by this arrangement. Potential arrangement. I'm just looking at it in a practical light.
Good. Because it's strictly about saving my job.
You don't think it could turn into something more later? Tessa asked.
I'm not emotionally available.
Tessa scoffed. What's that supposed to mean?
It's complicated.
Is that why you've been chasing after so many girls? Because you're afraid of commitment?
I prefer not to discuss my personal life.
This isn't a sports interview. If you're planning on potentially marrying me, don't you think I deserve to know that information?
No, I don't, because this wouldn't be a traditional marriage. You'd be allowed to have your secrets, and I'd have mine. But you have my word that I would stay faithful to you if we were to get married. I take that very seriously.
A look of frustration crossed Tessa's features. How are we supposed to get to know each other if you just shut me down like this?
I'll tell you anything else you want to know. But my personal life stays personal.
You mean your dating history?
Yes, that's what I mean.
You're not talking about what kind of toothpaste you use?
What?
That's a very personal thing.
I don't even know what kind of toothpaste I use. I grab whatever's on sale.
On sale? You're a pro football player. You don't have to worry about that stuff anymore.
Old habits die hard. I'm still just a regular guy.
Yeah, I know. I like that about you. Chapter 4. Tessa said goodbye to Benson at the coffee shop and headed into work. She had to admit, the longer she talked to him, the more she'd been considering accepting his offer, especially after her frustrating day with her mom the other night. Her mom's house had grown increasingly worse since she'd been a kid. It was like she felt like holding on to things would somehow bring her father back. It didn't make any sense to Tessa, but then again, not much her mother did make sense. She was a strange woman. Tessa pushed open the door to the office. Joan was standing at the door to her office talking to Debbie, the editor-in-chief. Debbie had short, reddish, spiky hair. She was a great boss, and Tessa loved working with her. She would be sorry to see her retire, despite the fact that it was creating a promotion opportunity for Tessa. "Oh, Tessa, you're here," Debbie said. "We have some news." "News? Isn't that what we do here?" Tessa joked. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Debbie didn't seem to get the joke. "Joan is going to be taking my place." "Oh." Disappointment lanced through Tessa. "Congratulations, Joan. I'm sure you'll do a great job." She shouldn't be so surprised. She knew Joan was more qualified for the position. She was older and had known Debbie better. The two of them were like peas in a pod. Tessa had never quite fit in. "I hope you both don't mind, but I have a deadline to hit." She scooted into her office and shut the door. She hoped they didn't think she was being rude, but she could feel the tears starting to fall, and she didn't want them to see how upset she was. She wiped at the tears with her hand and dug through her purse for a pack of tissues. Then she remembered she kept a box of them on the corner of her desk. She was such a mess today. She pulled out a tissue and dried her face. She stared at her ancient computer, and more tears fell. She'd worked so hard for that promotion. She'd wanted to get ahead in life, prove to Debbie that she could earn the position. But she'd failed. That was the part that hurt. The failure. It seemed that whatever she did, she failed at. She couldn't even help her mom. Tessa always wanted control of her life, but it always seemed to evade her at every turn. This ridiculous arrangement that Benson wanted her to enter with him would put her even more out of control. She would have to give up her job and deal with the fact that it may take her a long time to find another one. She'd have to rely on Benson, someone she'd never thought of as particularly trustworthy. How could she rely on him? Accepting his proposal was completely nuts. She didn't understand why her life never went the way she had planned. How long would she have to wait to get her next promotion? Was she doomed to be a small-town reporter working under Joan's rule for the next 10 to 20 years? That was what she faced if she didn't take Benson's offer of marriage. Maybe she should do the craziest, most unpredictable thing of all. Maybe she should tell him yes. Then she could get out of Maple Creek and let her mom figure out her own life for a while. Was that selfish of her? Perhaps, but she was at her wits' end with her mom. She could apply for jobs in New York and have a fresh start. She just wasn't sure about getting married when she knew it would end in divorce. She saw what that did to her mom. It destroyed her life. She was a shell of a person now that she'd been through her divorce. Tessa hadn't wanted that for herself. It was why she'd never been in a relationship. Because if she stayed single, she stayed safe. Marriage was dangerous. That was why she was surprised she was considering the idea of marrying Benson. It was purely ludicrous. But she was beginning to think it was her best option, as crazy as that sounded. But sometimes life was crazy. Wasn't that the fun part of life? Living the unexpected? Letting yourself get vulnerable. Tessa turned to her computer and began typing. Tessa came home from work and changed into a pair of jeans and a tank top. She put on a pair of long, dangly earrings and bright red lipstick. She stood back and inspected her reflection. She didn't look like she was trying too hard, did she? She decided she didn't care. She wanted to look good for herself. Who cared what Benson thought? She wasn't trying to impress him anyway. She was beginning to think that her time in Maple Creek was coming to an end, and the idea excited her. As much as she'd wanted to avoid marriage, she was starting to think that maybe it was the next big step for her life. She'd been finally letting herself get the idea of romance into her head. But it looked like that wasn't going to be a player in this game. Benson seemed determined to keep their relationship strictly business. If she agreed to marry Benson, she'd have to put on a show for everyone around her. And she wasn't sure she liked the idea of lying to all her friends and family like that. To the world, even. Her new boss, new coworkers, when she finally got them. She'd have to pretend to be this happy newlywed, but it would all be a lie. She couldn't let herself worry about that right now. She had to decide soon if she wanted to go through with this wedding, and she needed to spend some time sizing up Benson. She knew her friends spoke well of him, but she needed to see for herself if she could allow herself to share her life with this person. Even if they weren't going to be romantically involved, as sad as that made her, they would still be roommates. This process was almost like a job interview, only she was the interviewer and Benson was the candidate. She came up with a list of questions to ask him that night at the diner. She jotted them into her phone in her notes app. Then she headed over to Jet's. Benson was already there when she arrived. She sat across from him in the booth he'd picked out. "Hey."
"How was work?"
he asked. She noticed that his eyes roamed over her body before he averted his eyes, like he'd been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to do. She figured it wasn't the biggest deal if he was attracted to her. She was close to saying yes to becoming his wife. She would have to look like she was madly in love with him to the public eye. Work wasn't the greatest, she admitted.
"Oh no, what happened?"
Did he really care, or was he just acting concerned so she'd say yes to his scheme? "I didn't get the promotion I was hoping for."
"I bet that stunk."
It did, I'd had my heart set on it.
What are you going to do now?
I'm seriously thinking about accepting your offer.
Benson looked surprised. You are?
I don't have this promotion to keep me here anymore.
So what's holding you back? Your mom?
Not really. I can still come back to check on my mom. New York isn't that far away.
What else is there?
You?
Me?
Benson asked. Jet, an older woman with gray, frizzy hair, showed up to take their order.
What can I get you two? I'll have the burger and fries and a strawberry shake, Benson said.
I'll have the same, but make my shake chocolate, Tessa told her. Can I get a water, too? Jet scribbled their order in her notepad.
You got it. Anything else? Not for me, Benson said.
Tessa smiled up at her. Nope. Jet disappeared in the kitchen, and Benson turned back to Tessa.
What did you mean when you said I'm holding you back from saying yes?
I don't know you well enough to say yes.
Isn't that the point of going out tonight?
Yes. She pulled out her phone, which is why I prepared some questions for you.
Like an interview?
Yes.
You really are a reporter, aren't you?
Benson teased. Just humor me.
Fine.
What are your cleaning habits?
Cleaning habits?
Yeah. Do you make your bed? Let the dishes pile up in the sink?
I have a lady who comes in to clean my place a few times a week. I eat out a lot, so I don't make that much mess in my kitchen. It generally stays pretty clean.
That was good to hear. After living with her mom growing up, she couldn't handle it if he was a total slob. He couldn't be that bad if he had a housekeeper. Do you expect us to sleep in the same bed?
Of course not.
What if your cleaning lady notices that we're sleeping in 2 different rooms? Won't she talk?
She might,
Benson admitted.
We'll just have to make sure the bed in the guest room is made. You can keep your clothes in my closet and keep stuff on one of my bedside tables. That way she won't suspect anything.
That seems acceptable. Tessa took some notes in her phone.
What are you writing in there?
Nothing that important, she said. I'm used to taking notes during an interview.
It makes me nervous.
Don't be. It's not a big deal.
It is to me. This is my career hanging out on the line.
Next question, Tessa said. Do you have friends over a lot?
Not really. We mostly hang out at nightclubs.
Do I want to know what kind of friends you mean?
You mean by lady friends? Those are a thing of the past. No more dating for me.
Question number 3, Tessa said. Are you a homebody or do you like to be out and about?
I'm a homebody. Bring on the pajamas and the Netflix with a big bowl of popcorn.
But you just said you like to hang out at nightclubs.
Well, I used to. How else was I supposed to meet anyone? But it wasn't my preferred way to relax and have fun. Unless you're talking about outdoor adventures, then I'm all over going out.
What kind of outdoor adventures?
Hiking, kayaking, swimming, camping, rock climbing, cave exploration.
I like all that stuff too.
You do?
Benson asked.
I thought you said you were afraid of heights.
Okay, so maybe I wouldn't want to go rock climbing, but the rest is fine.
Nice.
See? I'm not as uptight as you thought I was.
I never said you were uptight.
Yes, you did. You called me uptight at the wedding.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Jet came out with their drinks and food and set it down in front of them. Thanks, Jet, Tessa said. This all looks so great. Benson bit into his hamburger.
I forgot how good this place is. I haven't been here in years. I usually just go to Dixie's or Hadley's.
I come here a lot, especially for lunch. Ready for another question? Tessa asked.
Sure,
Benson said. What kind of stuff do you watch on Netflix? Tessa asked.
I watch all kinds of stuff. Whatever's trending and catches my eye.
So you're one of those guys who gets sucked into what everyone else is into at the time?
Sometimes, mostly just with Netflix. I tend to be a bit more old-fashioned at times, like with old Bessie.
Yeah, I don't get that. Why are you still driving that old truck?
There's nothing wrong with her. She still runs great. She's been there by my side for a long time. Why get rid of her when she doesn't deserve it?
Tessa laughed. You make her sound like a person. He smiled broadly.
She's one of a kind.
Okay, time for another question.
Go ahead.
Do you smoke?
Nope.
Drink a lot?
Only occasionally.
Somehow I don't believe that.
I may get into trouble because of drinking once in a while, but that doesn't mean I'm an alcoholic or anything.
Do you drink in the house a lot?
Once in a while. I mostly go out if I'm going to drink.
What do you like to do for fun?
Other than the stuff I already told you, let's see. I mostly live and breathe sports. But you probably already know that. I like watching sports when I'm not playing them, or going to sports bars and watching the game with my buddies there. How do you feel about sports?
I like them. I wasn't ever very good at them, but I don't mind sitting down to watch a game of football. I have to attend a lot of sporting events as a reporter. It's my favorite part of the job.
Have you ever thought about becoming a sports reporter?
Definitely, but I've never had the opportunity. I've always been stuck in Maple Creek, caring for my mom.
Does your mom have other people there for her who could help her?
Her sister lives in town. She could come over and check on her.
That's good, Benson said. What kind of sports do you enjoy writing about the most?
Probably football or basketball. Baseball, too.
You'll fit in with my buddies really well then.
You're saying it like it's a sure thing that I'm marrying you.
I'm beginning to think you're leaning in that direction.
Well, I have to admit, the interview is going better than I expected.
That's good news. What were you expecting?
I don't know. I guess I was worried that you were a huge slob. I couldn't live in a place like that. I just think of you of this football player, and somehow that equates you to messy dude in my mind.
I'm not a slob, and having a cleaning lady does help. It forces me to be even cleaner than normal because I want the place picked up for her to clean. I don't like other people seeing my mess.
What's your house like? Tessa asked.
I live in a 2-story condo at the top of a high-rise building in Manhattan.
That sounds fancy.
It's fairly new. I just moved in last year.
How many bedrooms does it have?
It has 3, but I use one as a workout room.
It sounds nice.
I'm lucky to have it. I just hope I can keep it.
That's all the questions I have. Tessa picked up her burger and began eating.
Well, that wasn't so hard. Did I pass?
I'm going to have to think about it some more, Tessa said.
Are you serious?
He said. I'm just kidding. Tessa smiled at him. You passed.
Does that mean you'll marry me?
Only if you get me a decent ring and take me on a nice honeymoon, Tessa said. That may sound weird, considering our circumstances, but I've been watching my friends get married off, and I want the whole romantic experience. I know it won't be romantic for us, and I understand that. But this is all I get, so I want to make the most of it.
I'm sorry it has to be this way for you, Tessa. You deserve better. You should have the entire package. I can't give that to you, as much as I want to.
I get it. Don't worry about it. I'm just here to get a better job opportunity, but that doesn't mean I want my chance as a bride to be lame either.
You'll get your chance to have your fancy wedding. We have to convince my coach and the media that this is all real anyway.
How soon would we need to get married?
I need to be married as soon as we can get a wedding put together. Maybe in a month? I need to be back from our honeymoon so I can start playing football again.
So you're thinking a July wedding? Tessa asked.
Yep. Does that work for you?
She threw her hands up in the air. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yes, it works for me.
I never thought I'd be this excited to get married, but it means I get to keep my career. Thank you, Tessa. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
You don't need to thank me. You're the one offering me an opportunity to pursue my dreams. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. As she said it, she felt her cheeks growing hot under Benson's gaze. He was alarmingly good-looking. How could she pretend to be in love with him and not fall for him? Especially with all the romantic things they were about to do. He'd even mentioned a honeymoon. Those tended to be all about the romance. But she'd gotten a clear message from Benson. He wasn't interested in romance. And neither was she. Right? Chapter 5.
I owe you an interview,
Benson told Tessa as they walked into Tate's jewelry store. Are you serious? Tessa asked.
Absolutely. I promised I'd give you an interview.
When should we do it?
Whenever you're ready.
Do you think it could make it harder for me to get a job because people don't want to hire me because they'll be trying to avoid looking like they're favoring me just for my position? Tessa asked.
That may be the case with some people, but being married to me will help your chances anyway. There will be people who will agree to interview you just because you're attached to me. Is it fair? Nope. But that's how the world works.
Soraya finished helping the customer she was with and turned to Benson and Tessa. Hey guys, what can I help you with?
We need an engagement ring,
Benson said. Soraya's eyes grew large. Are the two of you getting married?
Yes,
Benson told her. What a surprise! I didn't even know you were dating. We've been keeping it on the down low, Tessa said. We were trying to avoid the media's attention until we were ready. She wrapped her arm around Benson's. Her body heat seeped into his arm. She felt amazing. He could get used to this fake engagement thing. No more searching for his next conquest. He could keep the same beautiful woman by his side permanently now. As long as they kept their agreement to keep their distance emotionally, this could work well for him. Constantly looking for another woman to date was exhausting. It had been exciting for a while, but now that he was done with it, he had to admit there was a part of him that was relieved. He just hoped the whole thing didn't blow up in his face. So, you're ready to step into the spotlight now? Soraya asked.
That's the plan,
Benson said. How exciting! Soraya squealed. Tessa, you were amazing at keeping your feelings for Benson under wraps. I never would have guessed. Well, no more hiding now, Tessa said. What kind of ring are you looking for? Soraya asked. This round cut is nice. Tessa pointed to a solitaire with a white gold band.
Are you sure?
Benson asked.
That's pretty small.
He looked up at Soraya.
What do you have that's bigger?
Not too big, Tessa said. I don't want some huge diamond catching on things.
You should at least go with a full carat. That one you were just looking at was only half a carat. I can afford to buy you a better ring than that.
I don't care about what you can afford, Tessa said. I care about what I'm wearing daily.
You should get what you like. Money is no object.
Tessa pointed to a round-cut solitaire. Is that one a full carat? This one? Soraya pulled out the ring Tessa was indicating. Yes, that one. Soraya checked the tag. Yes, it is. I want to try that one on, Tessa said. She slipped it onto her finger. Oh, it's so pretty. Her cheeks flushed as she rotated her hand so the diamond would catch in the light.
Do you like that one?
Benson asked. I want to try on another one. Tessa slipped off the ring and handed it to Soraya. Let me see. She stared down at the glass case and walked down a bit, browsing the selection. There are so many to choose from. I can give some suggestions, Soraya said. Just tell me a little about what you're looking for. I don't even know. This is the first time I've tried looking. I wasn't expecting Benson to propose. He caught me off guard. I love it, Soraya said. When did he propose? He popped the question at Alexis and Owen's wedding reception. How romantic! Do they even know? Soraya asked. Not yet. They should be getting back from their honeymoon soon. Maybe I can get Alexis to make our wedding cake, Tessa said. Have you picked out a wedding date yet? Soraya asked. We're thinking sometime in July. Oh, wow! So soon? Soraya asked. We wanted to get the wedding and honeymoon over with before the football season started back up. That doesn't give you much time, does it? Soraya said. Not really, Tessa said. So we're going to have to hurry. Do you see any rings you like? Soraya asked. I'll do my part to help you get everything picked out for your big day. And while you're at it, you can pick out Benson's ring too. That's a great idea. Tessa pointed to a princess-cut ring. Can I try on that one? Soraya pulled the ring out of the glass case and handed it to Tessa. That diamond is a 1.2 carat. I don't think I would want to go bigger than this. She slid the ring on and held her hand out so she could get a good look at it. This is gorgeous. Look, Benson. He took her hand in his. Her hand was tiny and delicate in his large, rough hand. Her skin was warm and soft beneath his own. His heart sped up as he held her hand and looked at the stunning diamond on her hand. It didn't seem real that he was buying an engagement ring for this beautiful woman. How had he gotten her to agree to say yes to him? I like this, Tessa said, but I'm not completely sure yet. Take your time, Soraya said. Buying the ring is a huge decision. You'll be wearing it for the rest of your life, so you want to make sure you get it right. Yep. Tessa took the ring off and handed it back to Soraya. Benson wondered what she was thinking. You sure you want to be stuck with this guy? Soraya teased. Hey, Tessa said. We're doing this thing one way or another. At least she seemed committed to the relationship. Tessa pointed to another ring. Let's try that one. It was a round diamond with a halo of tiny diamonds around it. The band was encrusted with even more tiny diamonds. Now, this one is a smaller diamond, Soraya said. It's a 0.66 carat, but because of the surrounding halo, the diamond appears larger. Soraya pulled the diamond out of the glass case and handed it to Tessa. Oh, it's pretty, Tessa said. I like it. She rotated her hand back and forth, and the light caught on the diamonds. Is that one your favorite? Benson asked. I don't know, Tessa said. There are so many choices, it's hard to decide. The one that you have on is a popular choice, but the others are classic styles that have been around for a long time. I always thought I wanted a round cut, but I really liked that princess cut, Tessa said. You can get any of them that you like, Benson told her. I'm surprised you didn't have a ring already for me when you proposed at the wedding. I wasn't quite as prepared as I would have liked. I'll admit that, Benson said. But we're going to make up for that now. And how about a nice dinner after this? Tessa asked. Are you available? I don't have anything going on. You know I'm here this week to spend time with you. Aw, Tessa said. That's so sweet of you to clear your busy schedule for me. You know I'd do anything for you, baby. Benson kissed the side of her head. He hoped he wasn't laying it on too thick. He wasn't good at pretending. He tended to be a straightforward kind of guy. With all our wedding preparations, you may want to think about staying longer, Tessa murmured against him. Her body was close to his. With this sweet girl acting so cozy, he wanted to stay near her.
That's a good idea. I'll see if I can get my landlord to let me stay in the same place.
Good. Was she glad he was staying longer? He would have thought she'd want to get some space from him, her last moments of freedom. But she sounded like she wanted him to remain.
How about we go to Hadley's tonight?
Benson suggested. That sounds perfect, Tessa said. She handed the ring back to Soraya. I'd like to try on the princess cut again. Of course, Soraya said. Soraya was an attractive woman. She had her long, light brown hair down and curled. She was delicate, with fair skin and a creamy blush to her cheeks. She dated Krane back in high school, so Benson had hung out with her a lot. She'd spent a lot of time with their friend group. He remembered her eating at their lunch table for a couple of years. She and Krane broke it off just before graduation. She was working at her grandfather's jewelry shop, and Krane had big plans to work alongside his ultra-wealthy grandfather in New York City. He went off to college in preparation for that role. When he was in college, he ended up meeting his wife, Orchid, and he and Soraya were a thing of the past. When he graduated from college, Krane married Orchid, but from what Benson could tell, the marriage wasn't going well. Krane always had some biting remark about the state of his marriage. Benson hated to see his buddy so miserable. He had billions of dollars, but even that hadn't helped him find happiness. Seeing Krane struggling with his marriage had only reinforced the idea that he needed to avoid commitment. So much for that idea now. Tessa slipped on the princess-cut diamond ring.
Let me see it.
Benson scooted up next to her.
I know my opinion doesn't matter here, but I personally like that one the best.
That does help, Tessa said. I'm horrible at making decisions like this.
You're not horrible at all the decisions you make, Benson said. You're with me, aren't you?
Tessa rolled her eyes. You're joking, right?
Ouch!
Benson put a hand over his heart.
That hurts.
I think I need my head examined agreeing to marry you. Just don't take me on any of your shenanigans. I don't want to be arrested because you want to do something else crazy. Look at you two, Soraya said. You're like an old married couple already.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing,
Benson said. It's a good thing, Soraya said. A slow smile crept over her face. I have a great feeling about you two. You do? Tessa dropped her hand like this news had caught her off guard. I wouldn't be surprised if you had babies early on either. Babies? Tessa squeaked. I don't know about all that. Mark my words. You'll see. I have a career I'm pursuing. A baby is the last thing on my mind. I don't think Benson would know what to do with a baby, Tessa said.
My sister has a baby, Benson told her. I'm an awesome uncle. The kid adores me.
How old is he? 2 weeks? Tessa teased.
No,
Benson said in mock offense.
He's 2 years old. Old enough to know who his favorite uncle is.
I'm sure you're awesome with him, Soraya said. I think this is it, Tessa said, looking at the princess-cut ring. This is the one.
It's perfect,
Benson said. I think so too.
Awesome,
Soraya said. Before I start filling out the paperwork, would you like to pick out a ring for Benson? Oh, yeah, we should do that now, Tessa said. Benson walked over to the case that held the men's rings.
Let's get one that matches yours.
What kind do you like? Tessa asked him, linking her arm with his. She felt so natural, brushing her skin against his like that. Goosebumps rose on his arm, and he fought off a shudder. This girl was going to be the end of him.
How about that simple white gold band?
He pointed to a ring. Soraya pulled it out and handed it to him.
This one is a comfort fit.
He put it on his hand. He'd gotten so close to wearing a ring before. It felt strange to be wearing one now.
Is it comfortable?
Soraya asked.
Yeah, it feels great.
His voice felt thick as he spoke. He hadn't expected to get emotional. He took off the ring and handed it back to Soraya. Is there anything else you'd like to try on?
No, that one works just fine,
Benson said. I'd like to buy it for you, Tessa said.
Oh, Tessa, you don't have to do that,
Benson said. I'd like to do my part. You're already doing so much.
Are you sure?
He asked. Of course. She turned to Soraya. Make sure the bills are separate.
You got it.
Soraya helped to get their fingers sized, and then she filled out the paperwork.
We'll need to get both your rings sized, but it shouldn't take too long.
Great, Tessa said. This is a lot easier than I thought it would be.
Neither of us was very picky. I'm sure that helped matters,
Benson said. Usually I take forever to make my mind up, but this wasn't so bad.
I'm glad you didn't take forever when you decided to marry me,
Benson said. I guess I could have taken even longer, Tessa said. It was true. The week wasn't even up when she'd told him her answer, a fact he was highly grateful for. Chapter 6. Benson took Tessa to Hadley's after they bought each other their rings. They were seated after a short wait, and the server came and took their drink orders. Hey! A cheerful voice caught Tessa's attention. She looked up to see Aubrey Wheaton approaching their booth. What are you two doing here together looking all cozy?
Just a nice dinner out,
Benson said. Like a date? Aubrey asked, anticipation dripping from her voice.
Yes,
Benson said.
Like a date.
Ooh, Aubrey said. I like it.
I wanted to talk to you about something,
Benson said. Sure, what's that?
Do you have any availability for the Whitmore house for a July wedding?
A wedding? Aubrey's voice sounded perkier than usual, if that was even possible. Who's getting married? We are, Tessa said. Aubrey's jaw dropped open. No way! You two are getting married? I'd show you the ring, but it's getting sized right now, Tessa said. This is so exciting! I can't believe it! How did I not know you were even dating?
We were keeping it quiet,
Benson said. Unfortunately, the Whitmore house is all booked up for July. The summer is our busiest season for weddings. Maybe you could ask Carrington if she has any openings at the art museum for a wedding? What a disappointment, Tessa said. I just thought we'd be able to squeeze in. Sorry, you'd have to plan a bit more to get a spot with us. We fill up pretty quick.
I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out,
Benson said.
Maybe one of the churches in town will have a room.
I just always dreamed of having my wedding at the Whitmore house, Tessa said. I wish there was some way I could help, Aubrey said. Have you already picked out your dress? No, I was planning on visiting Onyx's shop tomorrow. What about the flowers? I was hoping to swing by Layla's shop after I pick out a dress. The dress is the top priority, Aubrey said. You'll need to get it first so you can have enough time for alterations. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Have you chosen your bridesmaids? Aubrey asked. Not yet. Tessa's head spun. She had a lot of work to do to pull off this wedding. She wanted it to be perfect. Her union with Benson may not have been what she'd had in mind for a future husband, but she could at least plan the wedding she'd dreamed of. She just hoped she had enough time to get everything pulled together. You need to get on that pronto. July is vacation time, and a lot of them won't be available. You'll need to get all their sizes for their dresses. Onyx is going to want all that information. Tessa was beginning to feel overwhelmed. It wasn't like she could rely on her mom to help her either. She had enough stress on her just trying to make it from one day to the next. What about you, Benson? Aubrey asked. Have you chosen your groomsmen?
Nope. Do we have to have those?
He asked. He wasn't sure they'd have time to drop everything and show up for his wedding. Yes, Tessa said. We have to have them. It's important to me. Just ask your buddies from school. Chase and Owen should do it. Kane, too. They'd want to be there for your big day. You were there for them.
I guess you're right.
I'll probably ask Lauren and Alexis and Carrington, and Soraya to be my maid of honor.
I'll probably have Kane be my best man.
You don't think that would be weird? Tessa asked. Oh, yeah, Aubrey said. That could be weird. Didn't they used to date?
That was a long time ago, Benson said. And Kane's married now.
I guess you're right, Aubrey said. They've most likely both moved on.
Probably,
Benson said. I feel bad not being able to have the Whitmore house available for you. I'm going to call Carrington right now and see if she has any availability. I'll be right back. Aubrey disappeared back to her table a few booths down. Their server came with their drinks and took their orders. When he left, Tessa turned to Benson. When do you think Alexis and Owen will be back from Tahiti?
I think I saw on his social media profile that they're going to be back next week.
Tahiti sounds nice.
Do you have a passport?
Benson asked. I do. I went to Paris with Soraya a couple of years ago.
Perfect. That means we can take our honeymoon somewhere outside the U.S.
I'd love somewhere tropical.
What about the Caribbean?
Benson asked. Yes, that sounds amazing. Tessa blushed. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to be in such a romantic, exotic location with Benson walking around shirtless. It sounded like paradise and torture all rolled into one. How was she supposed to keep her hands off him in a situation like that? All this romantic stuff was tougher than she'd envisioned. Did you tell your coach that you got engaged? Tessa asked.
I did. I called him this morning.
What did he say?
He told me I could keep my spot on the team as long as I went through with the marriage. That's assuming my behavior stays good.
Your behavior better stay good, Tessa scolded. I'm not going through with all this just so you can spin donuts in some other park.
I won't be spinning any more donuts. My wild bachelor days are behind me now.
Does that mean you've learned your lesson? Tessa asked.
I don't know if I'd take it quite that far.
Tessa gave him a parental look, and he started laughing.
I was just kidding. Don't look at me like that. I've learned my lesson and then some.
We haven't even gotten married yet. Just wait.
Are you saying I'm going to learn my lesson even more after we get married?
That's the point of all this, isn't it? So I can keep you in line? She raised her eyebrows. In theory. Did I just hear you two say you're getting married? Lauren stopped by their booth.
That's right,
Benson said. What? Lauren said. Congratulations! She hugged Tessa. I can't believe it.
What's going on?
Chase came up beside her with little Penny at his side. Tessa and Benson are getting married.
No kidding.
Chase smiled broadly.
So you were able to convince her after all?
Tessa looked over to Benson in confusion. Did Chase know their marriage was fake?
It wasn't that hard, Benson said. She took one look at me and swooned at my feet.
You're full of it, Tessa said. You should have seen him. He was practically begging.
Chase whooped. I bet he was. I wish I could have seen that. I was wondering if you'd like to be one of my groomsmen, Benson asked. I'd love to. When's the wedding? Chase asked. We're still trying to figure out an exact date, but it'll be sometime in July. I'll be around. Just let me know the day and time, and I'll be there.
Lauren, Tessa said, I'd love it if you could be one of my bridesmaids, too. Of course! And I want you to do my hair, too. You know nothing would make me happier, Lauren said. We'll have to throw you a shower. That's so sweet of you, but I'm not sure we need anything. Benson and I already have our household set up. From what I understand, he has a pretty nice place in New York.
Don't listen to a word she's saying. Throw her the shower. I don't have all that much. My place is a bachelor pad. It still needs a woman's touch. Go get all her friends to buy her casserole dishes.
You're under the assumption that I'm going to cook you casseroles. You'll most likely be eating takeout.
Benson laughed. Fair enough. I don't really like casseroles anyway.
Neither do I, Tessa admitted. You guys are adorable together, Lauren said. I like it. I never would have paired the two of you up, but now that I see you all snuggled up like this, it makes sense. Tessa wasn't sure what to say to that. She hated being dishonest with her friend, or at least putting forward a false image. Tessa prided herself on being a genuine, honest person. All this pretending felt unnatural to her. She hated hiding the fact that she wasn't actually in love with Benson. Seeing the joy and excitement on her friends' faces made her feel guilty for lying. She understood why she had to do it, but she still didn't like it. Wasn't Alexis the most beautiful bride? Lauren asked. She was, Tessa said. You did such a great job on her hair. Oh, thanks. I had a lot of fun making her look her best for her big day. It seems like just yesterday when you and Chase were getting married, Tessa said.
I know. This past year has flown by.
You look like you're glowing, Tessa said. Marriage is a good look on you.
Second time's the charm, Lauren said, wrapping an arm around Chase. We should probably get going. I have to get Penny in bed.
Okay, Tessa said. Congratulations again. I'm so happy for you both, Lauren said.
We'll have to talk later, Chase said. See you, Benson. See you later.
Chase and Lauren left the restaurant, and Tessa turned to Benson. Did you tell Chase that this marriage is fake?
He knows that I had to find a wife by the end of the week. He was the first person I told.
Did you tell anyone else?
Just Kane.
Was I the first girl you approached about this?
Yes.
Well, at least there's that. What if they tell the wrong person and it gets out that this is all just an act?
Chase and Kane won't tell anyone.
What if Chase tells his wife?
That is a possibility.
Then Lauren will know that I lied to her face. Their server came with their food and placed it in front of them. When he left, Benson said to Tessa,
You didn't lie to Lauren. You just told her you were getting married, which is true.
Yes, but I'm misrepresenting the truth.
Did you tell her that you're madly in love with me?
No.
Then you didn't lie.
I guess you have a point.
She just made an assumption. There's a big difference.
Do you think Chase already told her? Tessa asked.
No. She didn't act like she knew. Even Chase didn't know that we were engaged. I hadn't told him yet.
He'll probably tell her now.
So what? Lauren can keep a secret. She's not the gossiping type.
No, Tessa agreed. She's not.
Have you told anyone about our engagement?
Benson cut into his steak. Just the people you know about. Tessa buttered a slice of bread and took a bite.
Not even your mom?
Nope. I know I will eventually, but I'm worried she won't take it well.
Because it will mean that you'll have to leave town.
Yes. And that means I won't be around as much to help her out.
Do you think she'll be upset?
I hope not, but I never know with my mom.
What's going on with her?
Benson asked. She goes through months where she's depressed and doesn't want to do anything. Then, for part of the year, she's manic and she's hyperactive. It's not fun to be around her when she's like that. She can be fun one minute, laughing and joking around with you, and the next minute she's biting your head off. I never know what I'm going to get.
Is there medication she can take?
She's been on meds for years, but she's terrible about remembering to take her pills. In some ways, she's worse off than if she'd never started taking them to begin with, because her system is constantly trying to adjust to the medication, since she doesn't take it consistently.
That sounds like a lot to deal with.
It's been hard.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Thanks, Benson. That's kind of you to offer.
I'm serious, even if you just need to vent. I'm here to listen.
I'm sure that will be a thing.
Benson laughed. Or if you need a last-minute flight out of New York, all you need to do is ask. Benson said. You have my word that I'll treat you the way you deserve. At least to the best of my ability. There are some things I can't promise. My heart is one of them.
Tessa felt a tightening in the center of her chest. I don't understand that.
I'm sorry, but I can't explain why I can't promise you my heart. Maybe I can tell you one day, but it's still too soon.
She should be okay with the fact that he wasn't willing to give her his heart. But for some reason, it bothered her. Maybe it had something to do with the way his shoulders filled out his tuxedo when he was at Owen and Alexis's wedding. Or maybe it was the way he sounded when he was full-on belly laughing. There was something about Benson that warmed her heart. It hurt to know that his heart would never belong to her. Chapter 7. The art museum is booked all through July, Tessa said. They were driving to hang out with Chase and Lauren.
What are you going to do?
Benson asked. Maybe Lauren and Chase would let us get married at their place.
I bet they would.
I had my heart set on the Whitmore house, though.
I know, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it just makes me sad.
We might be able to push the wedding back to August,
Benson suggested.
It would be cutting it close with my training schedule, though.
I'll call Aubrey and see if she has anything available then. Benson pulled up to a stoplight. He glanced over to see Tessa putting the phone up to her ear. She was such a gorgeous woman. The more time he spent with her, the more he saw how beautiful she was on the inside, too. She deserved better than him. He wanted to make up for the fact that he couldn't give her a real marriage in every way that he could. Hi, Aubrey, Tessa said. I was wondering if you have any availability if we decide to push our wedding back to August. Tessa paused. What? Hang on, I'm going to put you on speaker. I'm here in the car with Benson. Tessa tapped her phone screen and Aubrey's voice came over the speaker. Hi, Benson.
Hey there, Aubrey.
I was just telling Tessa that I'm all booked up for August, but I just had a cancellation. I had a bride and groom call off their wedding, and the Whitmore house is now open the second week of July. Think you can swing that?
That would be perfect, though I'm sorry to hear it didn't work out for that other couple,
Benson said. I kind of got the vibe that they weren't going to work out. It's most likely for the best, Aubrey told him.
Ah, I see.
Sometimes people just need to realize it's not a good idea to get married before they say those vows, Otherwise, it can lead to a lot of misery, Aubrey said. Not that I'd know from experience, thank goodness.
Let's get our spot booked for the second week of July. Is it a Saturday?
Yep, it's a Saturday, July 10th. Benson glanced over at Tessa.
How does that sound?
It sounds perfect. Tessa smiled at him. She looked happy, and it warmed Benson's heart. Do you think it'll give you enough time to get your dress ready? She'd already picked out her dress with onyx earlier that week. She was just waiting on the alterations now. It'll be cutting it tight.
Maybe we can put a rush on the alterations, like pay an extra fee or something?
That's a great idea, Tessa said. You should do that, Aubrey said. So, should I put you two down for July 10th then?
Definitely, Benson said. I'm driving to Chase's house right now, but when I get there, I'll call you back with my credit card information.
That sounds great. I look forward to hearing from you. Aubrey ended the call. I can't believe we got the Whitmore house, Tessa said.
That's great news.
I didn't think it would happen. I'd given up hope.
I'm glad you're getting the wedding you've always dreamed of. I'm sorry I'm not the guy you've dreamed of.
He glanced over at Tessa. She was looking away from him. Did it bother her? She must have felt his gaze on her because she turned and looked at him. Hey, you're not so bad.
You think you can tolerate me?
I've been tolerating you for the last couple of weeks. So far, so good. Benson chuckled. He pulled into Chase's driveway and parked in front of the garage. This place is gorgeous, Tessa said.
You've never been here before?
Benson asked. Nope. He has horses, too? Tessa squealed, looking over at the pasture where two mares stood.
I think those are new, Benson said. I don't remember seeing them before.
How nice, Tessa said.
Do you ride?
Benson asked her. No, but I'd love to.
I used to ride horses growing up. My parents had some property out in the country.
I didn't know that.
We should see if Chase will let us ride his horses sometime.
Really? I'd love that. The front door pushed open, and Lauren stepped out onto the front porch. They had a huge space there, and it was lined with rocking chairs. It was a perfect place to watch the sunset. Hey, you two, Lauren called to them. Do you think she knows? Tessa whispered to Benson.
I have no clue.
I don't know what to say to her. Should we just tell her the truth?
I wouldn't unless she seems to know already. I'd watch for some indication that she knows the truth.
Fair enough, Tessa said. Benson walked with Tessa up to greet Lauren on the front porch. Come on in, Lauren said. I hope you guys are hungry. I cooked up some food for us. That's so nice of you, Tessa said. What did you make? Roasted chicken and garlic potatoes. That sounds fancy, Tessa said. It wasn't that hard. I just followed a recipe I found online. Lauren opened the front door and Benson followed Tessa inside. Chase came from a back hallway to greet them.
Hey, you lovebirds.
Benson wasn't sure what to say to that. Chase knew it was fake. He had to. There was no way he could get Tessa to fall for him that fast. Not by randomly going up to her and asking her to marry him within a quick time frame. Chase told me what happened with your coach and your deadline to find a wife. I hope you don't mind, but you have my word that it won't go any further than me. Tessa laughed, and she sounded relieved. We were wondering if you knew. I just didn't want you to think you had to put on some kind of big show around me, Lauren said. That would be weird, unless you want to put on a show. In that case, do your thing. I appreciate that, Lauren. I didn't want to have to lie to you, Tessa said. That would have just been weird. I was thinking the same thing. I just wanted to get that out in the open, clear the air so there was no awkwardness.
I hope you don't think I'm being too nosy or anything, but what is your relationship like at this point?
Chase asked. That's a really good question. Tessa looked over at Benson.
We're figuring things out,
Benson said. We're mostly focused on getting the wedding plans together right now. And we're working to get to know each other, Tessa said.
We knew each other in high school, but not well,
Benson explained. I figured if we have to live together as a married couple, even if it's in name only, we'll still want to get to know each other, Tessa said.
That makes sense,
Chase said. And I'm still here to keep him in line, Tessa said. Chase laughed.
Good luck with that. Benson tends to do things his way. But I'm working on reforming. I don't want to get kicked off the team, so I appreciate Tessa's help. You mean you don't have plans to get sloshed and destroy public property again?
He'd better not, Tessa teased.
No. I have to behave myself for Tessa's sake. It's not just me it affects now. You're a smart man, Chase said. You want to listen to your woman. She has a good head on her shoulders. I'm starting to see that, Benson said. She's much too good to be hanging around with the likes of me. Then you'd better appreciate her and treat her like the queen she is, Chase said. That's what I do for Lauren, and it's been working for us.
He spoils me rotten, Lauren said. Sometimes I have to tell him to slow down. I don't need to be showered with this many gifts. I'm not used to it.
You know you love it.
Chase leaned toward her, and she planted a kiss on his lips. We have some news, Lauren said, turning to them.
Oh yeah, we need to tell them,
Chase said. What is it? Tessa asked. We're expecting a baby next January, Lauren said. That's amazing! Congratulations, Tessa said.
No way, Benson said, slapping Chase on the arm. You're going to be a dad?
Penny came running into the room from down the hall.
He's already a dad.
That's true, Chase said to his stepdaughter. And I'm so happy I get to be your dad.
Hi there, Penny. Tessa bent down to her level. How are you?
I'm going to be a big sister. I can't wait.
Lauren laughed. It's a good thing we told you about the baby coming. Penny isn't the best at keeping secrets. Benson laughed. Who's hungry? Lauren asked.
I am,
Benson said. Great. Have a seat at the table and I'll bring the food out. How have you been feeling? Tessa asked when Lauren came out with the food. Lauren set the platter with cut-up chicken on the table. I've been a little tired, but it hasn't been too bad so far. I didn't get too sick when I was pregnant with Penny. I feel bad having you do all this work to serve us with you in your condition. It's no problem. I just take lots of breaks to get my energy back up, and I'm fine. She went back into the kitchen to grab more food. I saw that you guys have horses out there, Tessa said.
That's right,
Chase said.
We just got those. Tessa told me she'd like to learn to ride, Benson said. Oh?
Chase asked.
You should ride ours.
Lauren emerged from the kitchen with a dish filled with roasted potatoes. I can't ride since I'm pregnant now.
You can't?
Benson asked. Nope. There's too much risk to the baby if I were to fall off the horse, Lauren said.
I see, Benson said. I don't know much about all that. Just what I saw my sister go through. We can't wait for this little guy or girl to come,
Chase said. We're excited, Lauren said, taking a seat at the table.
This looks fantastic, Benson said. It's so nice of you to have us over. You're both welcome to come over any time you want.
Chase served up some chicken onto his plate and then handed the tongs to Tessa. Thank you, Tessa said, serving herself up. So, you two have to pretend you're together to the media and people around town, don't you? Lauren asked. Pretty much, Tessa said. Benson needs us to be able to appear as a happy, stable couple if he wants to keep his job. Benson helped himself to some chicken and potatoes and then took a bite.
This is good.
Thank you, Lauren said.
Lauren and I cook together a lot. We enjoy it, Chase said.
What were you thinking when Benson asked you to marry him? Lauren asked Tessa. Well, at first I was surprised, but then I told him no. Tessa laughed. How did he convince you to change your mind? Lauren asked. He told me the marriage could open doors for my career. That's an interesting point, Lauren said. You mean you could get a new job as a reporter with some big sports magazine? Or the New York Times? That would be a huge deal, Lauren said. That might be a bit of a stretch, but there will be more opportunities being married to Benson than I would have otherwise.
You're looking at this marriage as a way to build your career, then? Chase said. We both are,
Benson said.
I see,
Chase said.
It's an interesting situation.
Well, I'm sure it will only be a matter of time and you two will fall in love with each other, Lauren said. This is like one of those arranged marriages that people used to do all of the time.
It won't happen that way for us,
Benson said.
That seems strange,
Chase said.
Why do you say that? Because it's a decision I'm making,
Benson said. He didn't want Chase digging around in this part of his life. He preferred to keep it under wraps. It was too painful to face.
You're going to keep yourself from being happy?
Chase said.
Look at what Lauren and I have here. I never would have imagined this level of joy for myself. You both got lucky. That's not how it works for everyone.
Benson gave up on that level of happiness long ago. That makes me sad, Lauren said. I want to see you two in love. You both deserve to have that. Tessa deserved it. Benson could agree with that wholeheartedly. But he couldn't give it to her. His heart still belonged to another woman, and he didn't know how to open it for a new person. What have you done for the wedding so far? Lauren asked. I have my dress picked out. It's getting the alterations done now. That's exciting. You'll have to show me a picture when Benson isn't around. It's bad luck for the groom to see the dress before the big day. I can do that. Onyx helped me snap a few pictures while I was trying the dress on. How is your mom taking the news? Lauren asked. She's happy for me. Is she upset that you're going to be moving away? Lauren asked. Surprisingly, no. She took it much better than I thought she would. Does she know everything about the wedding, or does she think you're madly in love with Benson? She doesn't know, Tessa said. She thinks I'm in love. Why didn't you tell her? Lauren asked. I didn't want her to be upset thinking that I'm going into a situation I can't handle. She has enough on her plate.
How did you explain that you're all of a sudden getting married to this guy you've never mentioned dating?
Chase asked. I told her I've been dating Benson for a while, that we've been keeping it quiet so it wouldn't get out to the media. Did she seem to believe that? Lauren asked. She didn't seem to care. She's pretty wrapped up in her own world, Tessa said. My mom's life is always a disaster. She never leaves survival mode. That's why I tried to keep the news as simple as possible. I think she's used to me handling her with kid gloves, so it wouldn't be that out of character for me to keep it a secret from her that I was dating Benson. I can see that, Lauren said. At least that conversation didn't blow up in your face. I'm surprised it didn't. My mom doesn't take change well. I don't think she realizes how much I help her out and how much she'll miss that help when I'm gone.
Maybe not, Chase said. But you can always still come back for visits.
That's what I'm planning to do, and I told my mom that. I'm sure that's a big part of why she took the news so well.
That's good to hear,
Chase said. Also, Tessa said, we found out on the way over that Aubrey had a cancellation at the Whitmore house for the second week in July, so we officially have a place to get married. Wow, Lauren said. That will be here before you know it. I know, it's in just a couple of weeks. I'll have to make sure I put you in my schedule so I can get your hair done, Lauren said. That would be great, Tessa said. Benson was glad to see her so excited about the wedding. At least there was something he could do to make Tessa happy. He wanted to give her a good life. She deserved it. He couldn't give her his heart, but he could give her his friendship and his companionship. He just hoped it would be enough. Chapter 8. Lauren curled another strand of Tessa's hair and then sprayed her hair with hairspray. Let's get your veil put in. It's over here, Soraya said. She'd been talking to Carrington on the other side of the room. She walked over to a lounge chair in the corner and picked it up. She had on her light pink bridesmaid's dress. The color complemented her fair skin. Tessa looked at her reflection. She looked beautiful. She couldn't believe she was getting married today. Everything had gone so perfectly. So many of her friends had come together at the last minute to help her wedding day, just like she'd always imagined. Her heart ached. Her day was missing the biggest piece of all. The groom wasn't in love with her. She'd never thought she would be getting married to a man she'd never even kissed. That was about to change. He would be kissing her at the altar in just a few minutes. She felt giddy when she thought about it. She fanned herself and breathed out a big sigh. Are you okay? Lauren asked her. Yeah, I'm just really nervous. I can imagine. Lauren was her only friend who knew what was going on with her and Benson. Everyone else assumed she was madly in love. You're going to do great, Soraya said. And before you know it, you'll be married to the man of your dreams. You're finally going to get your happily ever after. Tessa smiled weakly at her. If only that were the case. At least she'd applied to some jobs. She'd interviewed Benson, and she was using the piece to help her land a job in New York. Do you know where you're going on your honeymoon yet? Carrington asked. We're going to St. Lucia. Oh, the Caribbean? Soraya asked. That sounds romantic. You two are going to have so much fun. And he's a hottie. You lucky, lucky girl. Do you know how many girls were after him in high school? I do know. A lot, Tessa said in a flat voice. Oh, sorry if it's a sore subject. I only meant to say that you're lucky to have him all to yourself now. Tessa frowned. Hopefully he would stay true to his word and did not turn a wandering eye after they were married. She didn't know what his deal was, but for some reason, he didn't seem to want a real relationship with her. He had issues with commitment. Do you know what you're planning to do on your honeymoon? Carrington asked. Benson planned the whole thing. He said something about a sunset sailboat ride, hiking to a waterfall, and horseback riding. I was the one who gave him the idea for horseback riding, Lauren said. Tessa had been out to ride Chase and Lauren's horse with Benson earlier that month. She and Benson had spent a lot of time together in the past few weeks. They'd gotten to know each other better, but he still wouldn't talk about why he didn't want a romantic relationship with her. He'd kept things strictly platonic when they were alone. When they were in public, he made a big show of putting his arm around her or kissing her on the cheek, especially when there were cameras involved. Are you going on a cruise or staying at a resort? Soraya asked. We're staying at a resort. How exciting! Tessa had mixed feelings about the honeymoon. While she was excited to go on all the adventures Benson had planned, She was heartbroken that she wouldn't be spending time with Benson in a romantic way. She was beginning to feel rejected. She was a pretty girl. Why didn't he seem to want her? Layla stepped into the doorway. "I have your bouquet here." She handed the bundle of pale pink roses to Tessa. "Layla," Tessa sighed. "They're perfect." She held the flowers to her nose and breathed in their sweet scent. Layla hugged her. "I'm so excited for your big day." "Me too," Tessa said. "And your hair's all done," Lauren announced. Aubrey appeared at the doorway. "Ladies, it's time for you to line up downstairs." "I still can't believe I get to have my wedding here. It feels surreal," Tessa said. She didn't want to get a divorce from Benson, so this was her only shot at a wedding. He may never learn to love her, and she accepted that. If she did end up with a divorce, she wanted to walk out of it as unscathed as possible. That meant she would have to keep her heart locked up. She didn't want to end up broken and scattered like her mom, still pining after a man who didn't want her. She found her place at the end of the line. Her dad had come to town for the occasion to walk her down the aisle. She hadn't told him the truth about her wedding to Benson. As far as her dad knew, she was blissfully happy. "Hi, Dad." She put her arm around his.
"Hi there, sweetheart."
"I'm so glad you could come."
"I wouldn't miss your big day for all the world,"
her dad said. She leaned into him, and he wrapped his free arm around her in a hug.
"I'm so proud of you," he said. "You've grown up into such a beautiful woman. I hope this man of yours brings you all the happiness you deserve."
Guilt sunk into her belly. Maybe she should have told her dad the truth about her wedding. He didn't deserve to be lied to. But she was afraid that he might say something to her mom, and she didn't want her to be upset. She had a feeling her parents wouldn't like it if they knew the truth about the nature of their wedding. They would probably try to talk her out of it. Her mom didn't understand Tessa's desire to leave Maple Creek. She thought her job as a piddly little small-town reporter was just fine. And maybe it was for people like Joan, but it wasn't fine for Tessa.
"Are you ready?"
her dad asked. Tessa looked up to see that it was time for her to walk down the aisle. The wedding was set up behind the gigantic historic home. Flowers were everywhere. Layla had outdone herself, and Benson had spent way too much. But she knew he was happy to do it, and it helped her friend's business. Tessa stepped off the veranda with her father escorting her. Before she knew it, she was going to be Mrs. Benson Patrick. It seemed surreal to think she would be a married woman by the time she re-entered into the mansion. Benson stood near the archway with the pastor. He looked fantastic in his gray suit and light pink tie. All Tessa could think about was the kiss they were about to share. She wanted to know what it was like to kiss him. Was he even a good kisser? Not that she'd had that much experience. She'd hardly been kissed. But she'd read plenty of romance novels, and she had a pretty good idea of what a good kisser was supposed to be like. She had a feeling that if Benson had dated a lot, then that meant he'd had plenty of time to practice. Ugh, why was she thinking about this when she was walking down the aisle? She was supposed to be thinking sappy thoughts about how happy she was. But her mind was a jumbled-up mess of questions, all shouting to be heard at once. They reached the end of the aisle, and her dad handed her off to Benson. He took her small hands in his. He had such large, strong-looking hands. Perfect for throwing footballs. Or stroking her hair off her neck as he leaned in to kiss her. She was about to find out about that. She blew out a breath, and Benson smiled at her. Could he tell how nervous she was? She studied him. He seemed relieved. Did he think she was going to back out? He probably wouldn't have blamed her if she did. But it would have been his career on the line. She wouldn't do that to him. Maybe that was stupid of her, but she wanted the opportunity to get out of Maple Creek. And this was her chance. She turned to the pastor. He was speaking to them. She barely registered his words. She responded at the appropriate times, but it was a blur. The next thing she knew, the pastor was permitting Benson to kiss his bride. Tessa's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't been kissed in a very long time, and her groom was better looking than she could have imagined. Benson leaned forward and tenderly pressed his lips to hers. His mouth was surprisingly warm and soft against her. He tasted fresh, like spearmint. Warmth radiated through her. She reached her arms up and put them around his neck. Benson pulled away and looked down into her eyes. She felt her heart swelling in her chest. This man was her husband now, and she was incredibly lucky to have him.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. and Mrs. Patrick.
The crowd cheered, and cameras flashed all around them. The music began playing, and Benson gave her his arm. They walked back up the aisle together. "Can you believe we're married?" Tessa asked him.
No, that went way too fast.
"Yes, it did," Tessa said. "Does it seem weird to you?"
Benson laughed. Yes, it feels crazy. I can't believe we just did that.
Me neither. Tessa laughed with him, and she felt her nervousness melting away. She felt like she was beginning an insane journey with this man. She just hoped she didn't end up regretting it. "Congratulations, Benson!" His mom came and hugged him. She had short, dark hair and a broad smile.
"Come here, son. Hug your old dad."
Benson hugged his dad. "Tessa!" Her mom approached her. "That was such a beautiful ceremony. I can't believe I just watched my baby girl get married." "I can hardly believe it myself," Tessa admitted. Her dad appeared at her side. "Hi, Daddy." She hugged him. "Hello, Jim," her mom said. Her body was stiff and her smile forced. Her parents hadn't stood face to face since her high school graduation.
"Hello, Amanda,"
her dad said to her mom.
"How have you been?"
"I've been fine." Tessa could tell her mom was terrified to face her father again. "Tessa!" She turned to see her new in-laws greeting her. "We're so glad to have you in the family now." Tessa knew that Benson had told his parents the truth about their wedding. He was close to both of them and didn't want to keep them in the dark. But he told them that they had to keep it a secret and pretend for the cameras and everyone else around that they thought Tessa and Benson were in love. "I'm glad to be a part of the family, too." She meant it, too. Benson's parents were good people. They were stable and happily married, and they lived in New Jersey, not that far from Benson. His two sisters approached and hugged Tessa, one by one. "I'm so glad to have you as my new sister," Marcy said. "I feel the same way," Heather said. "You're one of us now." "Thank you," Tessa said. "That means a lot to me." Tessa felt an overwhelming feeling of happiness having these two women accepting her so openly. She'd never had siblings before, and it was a new experience to have stable, happy family members. Her dad was stable and relatively happy, but he hadn't been a big part of her life for a long time. He lived in Michigan, and they only talked occasionally. She hoped to change that and have him in her life more. She'd been so entrenched in her mom's life and constantly trying to rescue her that she'd forgotten to reach out to her dad more. He didn't reach out to her much, and they'd grown comfortable with the way things were between them. The photographer had them pose for some pictures at various spots around the lovely grounds around the mansion. Pose after pose, the photographer had Tessa and Benson kissing, or noses touching, or bodies crushed together. When they were finished, Tessa's head began to spin. Benson was a deliciously handsome man. She could get used to putting her hands all over him.
"You're having fun with this, aren't you?"
Benson asked. "Yes. Can you tell?"
"You're smiling."
"This day has been perfect." Benson's eyes crinkled at the corners.
"Good. That's what I was hoping for."
"You're a sweet guy, you know that?"
"You're a sweet girl."
Tessa had the sudden urge to kiss her husband, but she couldn't allow herself to get carried away. She didn't want to get her heart involved any more than it already was. She could feel it begging her to allow her to lose herself in her developing feelings for this man. But that was a dangerous thing, because she knew her love would be one-sided. "I need to go find something to drink," Tessa told him. "My mouth feels dry."
"Do you want me to get you something?"
Benson asked. "No, I can just grab something from the bar." Tessa headed into the ballroom where the bar was set up. "Can I get a bottle of water?"
"Of course."
The bartender opened a fridge and pulled her out a chilled bottle. "Thank you."
"Oh, there's the lovely bride right there."
Mrs. Wheaton, the town gossip, trotted up to her. She was Aubrey's mom, and both of them tended to be a bit nosy. "Hello there," Tessa said to her.
"Don't you look radiant?"
Mrs. Wheaton wrapped her arms around Tessa in a hug. She smelled like raisins and musky perfume. "Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you to say." Tessa wriggled from her embrace. She gave Tessa a wide smile, revealing crooked teeth. "Benson sure is lucky to have a girl like you." "Why do you say that?" Tessa asked.
"Well, after what happened with his first wedding, I'm sure he appreciates you sticking around."
"His first wedding?"
"Oh yes, to that Megan girl. I just heard a couple of his friends talking about it. I don't think they knew I could hear them, though. They were being a bit secretive about it."
"He was married before?"
No. She left him at the altar. Didn't you know?"
"Oh." Tessa couldn't believe it. What had happened between Benson and Megan that would cause her to leave him at the altar? Had he done something to run her off?
"He never told you, did he? I can't believe he would keep something like that secret from you."
"I'm sorry, Mrs. Wheaton, I have to go." Tessa stalked off, cracking the seal on her water bottle. If she heard one more word of that conversation, she was going to burst into tears. She took a long drink from her water and then whirled around, stumbling right into Benson's arms. Chapter 9.
"Tessa?"
Benson sensed that something was wrong the minute he saw her walking away from Mrs. Wheaton. What had the old busybody said to her to upset her so much? "Oh, hi, Benson."
"Is everything okay?"
"Sure, it's fine. I was just getting some water."
"You look upset."
"Nope." She smiled up at him. "I'm doing great." Benson got the impression that she was lying to him, but if she wasn't ready to talk about what was going on, then he wouldn't press the issue. Tessa would have her reasons for her secrecy. He certainly knew he did.
"I think the photographer wanted to get a few more poses of us before the reception gets started."
"Okay. Sounds good." He led her to the front of the mansion, where the photographer had them embrace next to one of the large white pillars. He placed his hands around her tiny waist and pulled her toward him. She smelled amazing. After kissing her several times that day, first in the ceremony and later during the pictures, Benson was aching for more of her. He'd half expected her to bail on the wedding. He'd been tense all morning as he anticipated the worst. After what he'd been through the first time with Megan, he struggled to face another wedding ceremony. Everything about it haunted him. She was supposed to be his wife. He'd spent so many years avoiding thinking about what had happened with Megan, and so much of the wound had festered by now. Standing at the altar, waiting for another bride to walk down the aisle toward him, had reopened that gash. But then she had shown up, looking radiant and perfect. The way his heart felt in his chest when he'd seen her caught him by surprise. He didn't think he would ever feel this much for another woman. It was still small, but he worried that it would grow. He needed to stamp it out as quickly as possible. But it was difficult to do when everyone wanted him to put on a show of how blissfully happy he was with Tessa. His coach and teammates were all here, scrutinizing his every move. He knew several of them suspected that he wasn't actually in love with Tessa, but he couldn't have it getting out that anything was amiss. He didn't want to give his coach a single reason to kick him off the team. He'd give up drinking if it meant he could keep his career.
Okay, I want you to lean into your lovely bride and gaze into her eyes.
Benson did as he was told. He had to put on the perfect act for the camera. He knew the pictures were going to be all over the internet, with lots of people looking at them. He could get through this. The wedding was almost over, and then he'd be able to drop the act when they were in private. He could feel himself getting pulled in, and he needed to put the brakes on the romance before it was too late. Tessa looked up at him. She smiled at him in a flirty way, but he knew she was only acting. He could see something vulnerable hidden in her eyes. She was worried about something, but he couldn't put his finger on what that was. They finished up a few more shots, and then Tessa and Benson returned to the mansion where the guests were gathering for the reception. Part of him wanted to tell Tessa how beautiful he thought she looked, but he couldn't let her know how he felt. He didn't want to mess with her heart, but he ached to touch her every moment his skin left hers.
Okay, the photographer said. Let's get some pictures of just the ladies. Can we get all the bridesmaids to stand with the bride? Benson!
He turned to see Cameron, his agent, approaching.
Congratulations! I didn't think you'd be able to pull this off. Thanks, man. Look, Bill isn't convinced your wedding is enough to show that you've settled down. He's going to need to see more proof. Not convinced? Do you know how much work it was to pull this off in time?
Benson sputtered.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just letting you know what I heard. What do you suggest? Benson asked. Post on social media about your wife. Paint a picture of the happy couple. Take lots of photos on your honeymoon of the two of you together. Show the world that you're madly in love.
Benson thought he'd be free of this charade once the wedding was over and they were on their honeymoon. But now he saw that wasn't the case. He sighed.
I guess I can do that.
Keeping his feelings under wraps was a lot harder than he'd imagined. And now, with an entire honeymoon full of romantic activities, he would have to work even harder to keep his heart locked tight. The reception started and the rest of the event went by smoothly. Before he knew it, they were saying goodbye. They left through the front of the building where a limo was pulled up for them. The wedding guests waved goodbye and blew bubbles as they climbed into the limo. Cameras flashed as their guests snapped pictures of their departure. "Where are we going?" Tessa asked as the limo pulled away. Benson suddenly felt nervous. He wasn't sure what to expect from Tessa tonight. Should he offer to sleep on the couch? He'd been sure to book a place that had a pull-out couch just in case. But he didn't want to offend her either. He just didn't know where she stood on the topic of sleeping arrangements. He knew what she'd said a month ago about wanting separate rooms when they got married, but he wasn't sure that was what she still wanted. He'd booked their first night at a nearby upscale mountain resort. He'd found a gem of a place when he was looking around online. He'd been lucky that they'd still had availability in the middle of the busy season. He was able to get them a private cabin next to a stream with a hot tub in the back.
"You'll see. I told you it was a surprise."
"Okay, fine." Tessa crossed her arms. Was she as nervous about this as he was?
"I need to tell you something,"
Benson said. "What is it?" Tessa looked at him expectantly.
"My agent, Cameron, approached me at the reception and told me that we're going to need to continue to convince my coach that we're happily married."
"How are we supposed to do that?" Tessa asked. "We're already married."
"Cameron suggested that we create a lot of romantic content for social media."
"You mean act like we're all lovey-dovey for the camera and post it for all the world to see?" Tessa asked.
"Basically."
"I guess we can do that."
"I'm sorry, Tessa. I know it's not fun for you to have to keep pretending you're in love with me. But if you're willing to do this, it could save my career."
"I agree to help you save your career, and I intend to keep my word," Tessa promised. "So you don't need to worry about that." The limo pulled up to a large building that looked like a mountain lodge.
"We'll just need to check in first."
Benson stepped from the limo and held a hand out to Tessa. She still wore her wedding dress. He helped her out, and they went inside. A man stood behind the front desk.
"How can I help you?" "I have a reservation under Patrick." "Benson Patrick!"
Benson could tell the man recognized him but had been trained to stay professional when high-profile clients came in.
"Yes, I see you listed here for one of our Hickory units." "It was supposed to be the Oak unit?" "I'm very sorry, sir. All of our Oak units are currently occupied."
That meant he wouldn't be able to sleep on the couch. The Hickory units were king beds only. Benson didn't want to show his displeasure to this hotel employee, though. He might tell someone that Benson was getting upset over not having a separate place to sleep, and it was obvious they were on their honeymoon because Tessa was still in her wedding dress.
"That's fine."
If he had to, he'd sleep on the floor. He wasn't going to pressure Tessa into something she wasn't comfortable with. When they got to their private cabin, Benson tipped the hotel employee helping them with their luggage. The place was small and consisted of a minibar and a king-sized bed. But they had plenty of privacy. Not that they would be needing much. "Only one bed," Tessa said after the bellhop left.
"I didn't want to request 2 beds with you wearing a wedding dress. It would raise questions, but don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor."
Tessa unzipped her suitcase and pulled out a pair of pajamas, and not the skimpy kind either. She had long sleeves and long, fuzzy pants. This was not how he'd expected to spend his wedding night, but he supposed it couldn't be helped. She went into the bathroom, and he heard the lock click into place. Good grief. Did she think he was going to barge in on her? He sat on the edge of the bed and unzipped his suitcase. He might as well find his sleepwear. He took off his suit coat and unbuttoned his dress shirt. He took off the shirt and hung them both up. Benson?" Tessa called from the bathroom. He was just about to take off his pants, but he paused.
"Yeah?"
He called through the door. "I have a problem."
"What's wrong?"
She opened the door, and her eyes widened at the sight of him standing there without his shirt on. She was still in her wedding dress. "I can't get the zipper down. Can you help me?" She turned around so her back was facing him. Good heavens, this woman was going to be the death of him. He cleared his throat. "Sure." He reached out and found the zipper at the top of the dress. His breath caught, and his heart pounded as he pulled it down. Her creamy skin appeared as he went, and he clenched his teeth.
"There you go,"
he said when he reached the bottom. She turned back around to face him. "Thank you." She held the dress up against her like she was afraid it was going to fall right off in front of him. Her eyes landed on his chest, and her cheeks turned red. "I'll just be a minute." She closed the door. He leaned against the wall and let out the breath he'd been holding. He had no idea how he was going to get through this night. When she got out, he'd already changed into a t-shirt and athletic shorts. She hung up the wedding dress on one of the hangers next to his suit. She climbed into the bed, and he grabbed an extra blanket and pillow he found on a shelf in the closet. He set them on the floor and settled down. She clicked off the light. "I can't sleep here knowing that you have to be on the floor," Tessa said into the darkness. "Come get in bed with me, but keep your hands to yourself." Benson got up from the floor and gently lifted the covers on the empty side of the bed. He climbed inside, careful to stay on his side of the bed, leaving plenty of room in the middle. It was easier to do in a king bed. There was still a good bit of distance between them. "Good night, Benson," Tessa said.
"Good night."
Chapter 10. Tessa woke up the next morning in bed next to Benson. At some point in the night, she'd scooted closer to him, and she found her head on his chest. She lifted it off to see if he was awake and aware of what she'd done. She had no memory of cuddling up to him. When she stirred, it must have woken him, because when she looked at him, his eyes met hers. A wide smile split across his face, and 2 dimples appeared.
"Good morning, sleepyhead."
She sat there staring at him for a moment, mesmerized. He was such a gorgeous man, better looking than anybody she'd envisioned herself with. And that body. She'd about fallen over when she opened the door to the bathroom last night and found him shirtless. He was completely ripped. How was this guy her husband? She held a hand over her mouth. "I probably have the worst morning breath."
"You smell fine."
Her hair was right next to his face.
"Actually, you smell pretty good,"
he said. Butterflies fluttered in her belly. She needed to get out of this bed before she did something she would regret later. She pulled back the covers and got out of bed. "I need to go to the bathroom." When she'd barricaded herself in there and done her business, she washed her hands and brushed her teeth. She looked in the mirror. Her face looked flushed. You'd think she had a better night than she'd had by the looks of her. She brushed through her hair and then stepped back into the room.
"We have a flight to catch," Benson said. "Let's grab some breakfast on the road before we get to the airport."
"Sounds good to me. I'll just take a shower after you're done in the bathroom." By the time they were both showered and dressed and they had their bags all packed up, their Uber had arrived. "I'm surprised you didn't get old Bessie dropped off so we could ride in her," Tessa teased once they were sitting in the back seat and on their way.
"Oh man, I should have thought of that."
Benson grinned at her.
"To be honest, I thought you might not want to ride around in her. I've been told she stinks."
"Is that why you always want to take my car places?"
"I don't usually let girls ride in Bessie. I've learned from experience that women don't always appreciate her as much as I do."
"I wouldn't mind taking a ride in old Bessie. Tessa said. She's a famous pickup truck after all. I would think it would be necessary as a rite of passage as your wife.
I suppose you have a good point there.
Benson grinned broadly.
We could take pictures and everything.
I bet your fans would love that.
Now you're talking.
We should post a picture of this moment, and you can post it to your social media, Tessa suggested.
Look at you, getting on board with the plan.
The plan? Their driver asked. Oops. Benson had almost blown their cover. We have a plan to document every step of our honeymoon. We don't want to forget anything. Benson threw her a grateful look. She smiled back at him. They arrived that evening at their resort. Tessa was blown away by how beautiful everything on the island was. The air was balmy and smelled sweet. She'd ended up falling asleep against Benson on the plane. She hadn't meant to, but she had to admit that he felt nice. So far, everything had gone smoothly on their honeymoon, other than the room mix-up the night before, but that had ended working out to her advantage. It had been nice to wake up next to Benson, and he had been a perfect gentleman. She didn't know what the room arrangements were going to be at the resort, but she suspected it was a single king bed and no other options for sleeping. She wasn't going to ask Benson to sleep on the floor for their honeymoon, but it was dangerous for her to let him sleep in her bed every night. She would have to find a way to get through it without letting her heart get involved. She could do that, right? What's on the agenda for the rest of the day? She asked Benson as they rode to the resort in the back of a limo.
We're going to get checked in and grab some dinner. I thought it might be nice to go take a walk on the beach after that.
That sounds lovely, Tessa said. They pulled up to the resort and they stepped out of the limo. Everything was posh and open to the air. This is gorgeous, Tessa said.
I'm glad you approve, Benson said. This is a taste of what your life will be like now.
Tessa's head spun just thinking about it. She knew Benson was loaded. A simple internet search confirmed that. But it was a different thing altogether to experience that wealth firsthand. To think that she almost turned all this down. They got checked in, and Benson led her to their room. When he opened the door, she gasped. Where's the fourth wall?
These rooms are open air.
So the entire room is one giant balcony?
Pretty much.
And we get our own infinity pool? She walked up to the water. Decorative stones and lush foliage dotted the spaces around the pool. I didn't even know places like this existed.
These rooms are in high demand. Usually you have to book them years in advance, but I was able to make a few phone calls to get this room for us.
Of course, because you're Benson Patrick.
Yes, it's a nice job perk. But I did it for you. I wanted you to have the best experience. I'm sorry this isn't real for you. At least we can have fun in the meantime.
Fun? This is your idea of fun? To me, it's playing board games or something normal people do. This is more like an exotic experience.
We're only getting started. Tomorrow, we're setting sail at sunset with cocktails and appetizers.
That sounds amazing.
You don't get seasick, do you?
I don't think so. I've never been on a boat like that before. Tessa was excited about all the adventures they had to look forward to. She put her suitcase on the bed and started unloading it. She found her laptop and took it to the desk. She took a seat and opened it up. I'm going to check to see if I heard back on any of the jobs I applied to. She clicked into her email and found a response there. Guess what?
What?
Benson came out of the bathroom. He changed into clothes for dinner. I got a job interview. They want me to come in the Monday after we get back.
Congratulations, that's great news. Who's the job with?
It's a sports magazine?
I have a feeling you'll be getting a lot more interviews in the future. Just wait until we start going to swanky parties and you meet the CEOs of these companies in person.
Tessa shut her laptop. I think I'm going to get dressed for dinner. I'm in the mood to celebrate. She pulled out a floral maxi dress from her suitcase. She put on her swimsuit underneath so she could take off the dress later when they went to the beach. She put on her new white bikini she'd bought for the occasion. Soraya had gone shopping with her and insisted that she buy it. Tessa felt bad that she hadn't told her best friend that her marriage wasn't a traditional one. Maybe after things settled down with Benson's coach, she would confide in her friend.
I heard the mahi-mahi is fantastic at the restaurant we're about to go to,
Benson told her. They walked through the breezy walkways toward the restaurant. Lush potted plants surrounded them. She could smell the salty air coming off the shore. I might have to try it.
Have you ever had it?
Nope, she said, but I love trying new foods, especially if they come highly recommended.
That's the spirit, Benson said. Maybe I'll get it too.
Or you can get something else and we can share. That way we get to try out more of the menu.
You mean you won't mind my cooties?
Benson teased. I think I got enough of those yesterday. I'm immune now.
Is that so?
Benson gave her a look that scorched her. Suddenly, she wished he would kiss her again. They were seated at the restaurant, and Benson ordered the mahi-mahi. Tessa went with the soft-shell crab. Their waiter brought them glasses of Chardonnay, and Tessa sipped hers. Out in the distance, she could see waves crashing against the shore. Emerald peaks stretched into the sky. They truly were in paradise. This place is unreal, Tessa said. Have you ever been here before?
Not to this island, but I've cruised the Caribbean before.
It's incredible. I could build a beach house here.
There are a lot more incredible places we could see together.
For a moment, Tessa thought he might suggest getting rid of the idea that they had to be divorced after 3 years. Some crazy, errant thought came into her mind. Would it be so bad if they could work things out and stay together permanently? Was there a way he could make a place for her in his heart? Their food came, and they ate off each other's plates. This is fantastic, Tessa moaned. I think I could live here forever.
You just got here, Benson laughed. Just wait until you see other parts of the island.
I think I was born for this life.
It sure does beat the smog in New York City.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving up on my dream of being a star reporter with a big city newspaper, but I wouldn't mind vacationing down here regularly. Benson took a sip of his wine.
I could get on board with that.
Let's take a picture, Tessa said. She scooted close to Benson, and she could smell his expensive cologne. It smelled like sandalwood mixed with his own scent. It did funny things to her insides when she was this near to him. She pulled her phone out to snap a selfie of them. She inspected the picture.
We look good together,
he murmured in her ear. Goosebumps shot down her arm. She turned to him. You think so? He met her eye.
I do.
She thought he was going to kiss her at that moment, but he pulled out his phone instead.
Text that to me, and I'll post it, Benson said.
Sure, Tessa said. What was she thinking? She knew Benson didn't want anything romantic. She was letting her imagination run wild. When they'd finished their dinner, they left the restaurant and walked toward the beach. This resort is huge, Tessa said. They passed a line of darling little gift shops. Some had beach supplies like towels and swimsuits. Other stores had saltwater taffy. There were a few designer stores and even an art gallery. Carrington would love to see this art gallery. Layla, too, They both love art.
We can do some shopping tomorrow if you'd like, Benson said.
Sure. Finally, they found the entrance to the beach. They stepped out into the sand. She took her sandals off, and it slipped between her toes, soft and warm. The sun was setting over the water. How beautiful. He took her hand in his, and they walked down the beach together. Orange and pink rays shot across the sky. The beach had mostly cleared out for the day, and only a few stragglers remained. Benson took Tessa's hand, and they walked down the beach. She supposed he was doing it for show, but there weren't that many people there, so it seemed strange that he would choose this moment to put on an act. It felt nice, so she didn't stop to question his motives. She was beginning to feel the magic of the island working on her. She could feel herself getting sucked into the fantasy that this place helped create, that everything was perfect between them. They were a normal, happy couple in love. For this moment, she could allow that for herself, indulge in that part of her that longed for her happily ever after. Benson stopped walking for a moment. He looked into her eyes, and the expression there made her breath catch in her throat. Desire. He wanted her, and this was no act.
You're a beautiful woman, Tessa Patrick.
That was right. She wasn't Tessa Randall anymore. No one had called her Tessa Patrick before. Her throat went dry. Thank you. The wind picked up, and her hair blew gently across her face. Benson reached up and tucked it behind her ear. His touch sent a shiver down her spine.
I'd like to try something, Benson murmured. Be still for a moment.
Tessa stood quietly, looking up into Benson's eyes. He placed his hands on either side of her face in such a loving, tender way. And then he brought his lips to hers. Every question flew from her mind, and all she knew in that moment was Benson. Everything about him felt familiar and new all at once. Their mouths moved together in sync, and nothing else mattered. She had to have him. She put her arms around his neck and pulled him closer to her. She couldn't get enough. He deepened the kiss and growled against her mouth in a primal way that turned her insides to liquid fire. He pulled back and looked into her eyes. There was a raw hunger there. He bent back down and kissed her again and again, like he was cherishing her, body and soul. A sob wrenched from deep inside him, and he flung himself away from her.
I'm sorry,
he said.
I can't. I thought I could, but I was wrong.
Tessa put a hand to her mouth. Her lips were swollen from the passionate kiss. She'd never experienced a kiss like that. She didn't even know they existed, and she'd read her fair share of romance novels. This kiss topped anything her imagination could have conjured up. Her heart longed for him to take her back in his arms, but he wouldn't step close to her again. He had a haunted look in his eyes, and she wondered if he was thinking about Megan. Disappointment tore through her. Couldn't she have 1 ounce of happiness of her own without it being tainted? Benson wouldn't look at her, and she wondered what kind of inner demons he was fighting to pull away so abruptly from a kiss like that. Chapter 11. Benson had never experienced a kiss like that before. He felt himself being pulled in by this woman, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. He'd had a plan to protect himself, and he'd failed miserably. If he gave himself over to the strong feelings he was experiencing with this beautiful woman before him, he would enter a realm there was no coming back from. But he knew, deep down, that it was already too late. He'd crossed that line, and now he had to have more. And he'd been foolish enough to express openly how much the kiss had affected him. Tessa probably thought he was off his rocker. He couldn't even look at her. Shame passed over him. How could he be thinking about Megan when he was kissing Tessa? What would she think of his strange behavior? He'd never told her about Megan. Megan had infiltrated every relationship he'd had since she stood him up at their wedding. He knew he couldn't give his heart away to another woman until he healed it fully from her. It wouldn't be fair to future love interests to always be competing with a woman who hadn't wanted him. He was broken, and there was no fixing this, because repairing it meant facing it, and he wasn't willing to do that. He hadn't even cried properly since she'd left him. He'd just bottled it up, refusing to acknowledge the pain underneath the surface. He was a giant, tangled mess of emotions. There was no help for him. He'd acknowledged that long ago. But now he had to deal with these new feelings for Tessa, and he didn't know how they fit into his life. He would just have to do his best to ignore them, bury them deep where he wouldn't notice them again.
"We should probably go back to the room,"
he said to Tessa. "What was that?" Tessa asked.
"It was nothing. Forget it happened."
"You can't just kiss me like that and then tell me to forget it happened."
"I just did."
"Well, that doesn't work for me. I thought you said we weren't going to have romance in this relationship. That was what I was expecting going into this. That didn't feel like no romance to me. Why would you kiss me on an abandoned beach? No one was around to take pictures of us." Benson growled. She wasn't going to leave this alone, was she?
"Can we just go back to the room?"
"No. I'm going to go swimming." Tessa grabbed her dress and pulled it over her head. He gasped. She had on a skimpy white bikini, and she looked fantastic in it, easily rivaling any of the girls he had been with before.
"What are you doing?"
"I told you, I'm going swimming. I just got to the beach, and I plan to enjoy it." This was the sickest game of torture he'd ever played. His knees went weak, and he couldn't tear his eyes off her body. How could he be married to this beautiful woman and not have her? Tessa ran into the waves, squealing with delight when one hit her. Benson gawked at her like a fool. She did look like she was having fun. "Are you going to join me?" she asked. He was such an idiot for falling for this. He peeled off his shirt, tossing it into the sand, and ran toward the waves. The wind whipped across his body, and the ocean spray hit his face. He stood next to Tessa, allowing the waves to wash over his waist. She looked so beautiful standing there with her hair blowing in the wind. Was this what the rest of the week would be like? Day after day of him seeing his beautiful wife prancing around in a bikini? How was he supposed to resist her? He had a feeling he was in very big trouble. "Isn't this wonderful?" Tessa asked. "It's the perfect ending to the perfect day."
"We just got here. Tomorrow will be even better. Just wait until we get on that boat."
"I'm looking forward to the horseback riding. Do you think they'll let us ride the horses on the beach?"
"I believe part of the trail goes on the beach."
Tessa's eyes sparkled. "I can't wait." She looked so vibrant and full of energy.
"I'm glad you're happy."
"Thank you for bringing me here."
"I told you I'd make sure you got a decent honeymoon."
Benson didn't think it would include any real kissing. If this was any indication of how the trip was going to go, he was off to a dangerous start. He was failing miserably at putting up his boundaries. It wasn't helpful that Tessa was so good at tearing down his walls. He didn't even know how she did it. It was like the sunlight would hit her just the right way, and he'd turn into a defenseless pile of goo. Or she would laugh, and it would sound so musical he couldn't help but allow his heart to feel warm in his chest. There had been something so intimate about sharing their food. She seemed all too happy to get close to him. He'd been surprised when he'd woken up with her head on his chest, especially after she'd made such a big deal about him staying on his side of the bed. But he'd been pleased to wake up with her so close to him, smelling so sweet, like roses. They snapped a few pictures of them on the beach in their swimsuits before they headed back to the room. Benson posted them on his social media profiles. People had been going nuts over his posts, and they craved more. They loved the idea that he'd married a girl from his hometown. He'd already seen a few tabloids reposting some of the pictures with Tessa. It was only a matter of time before they started showing up to get their own shots of them. He had to be careful to watch himself with Tessa now. If his coach sensed that he wasn't completely in love with her, he could still terminate Benson's contract. He wasn't sure he should bring up the fact that they needed to keep pretending after the kiss they'd shared on the beach. He didn't want Tessa to think that he was still going along with the act, not after he'd kissed her without spectators. But the truth was, he needed to keep up the act if he wanted to convince Bill. When they got back into the room, Tessa and Benson took turns showering. There was no other option but for them to share the bed. The floor was stone, and sleeping on it would be miserable.
Are you going to be okay with me sleeping in the bed?
He asked. It's fine. I can't have you sleeping on the floor here.
The bed does look pretty comfortable.
We've already slept in the same bed. I think we're past asking permission now.
I just wanted to be sure.
Tessa climbed into the bed and Benson got in on his side. Tonight, she wore a tank top and shorts. It's kind of weird to think that we're sleeping next to a pool and no fourth wall, Tessa said.
I like it.
It's a little hard to get used to. What if a bird flies in here?
Then we'll have an unexpected adventure.
Tessa giggled and snuggled against him. Is this okay? Benson turned toward her and smiled.
It's nice.
He stared off into the distance, out the side of their room. Before he knew it, her breathing had evened out, and she'd fallen asleep against his chest. He gently kissed the top of her head before settling into sleep, himself. The sky turned golden on the horizon as Benson sipped the glass of champagne the crew member had brought him.
How are you feeling?
He asked Tessa. I feel amazing! I think I was born to be on the water.
Me too. I'm thinking about buying a sailboat myself.
Have you been sailing before? Tessa asked.
A few times.
Where would you keep your boat?
Probably Florida.
That sounds nice. I'd love that. Tessa had her hair up, and she wore a pair of sunglasses with a white sundress. They'd spent the day shopping on the island, and he'd had a wonderful time buying Tessa little souvenirs and trinkets. They'd taken plenty of pictures and even encountered a few paparazzi while they were in town.
I'd love to take a private sailing trip around the Caribbean, Benson said. Get ourselves a nice yacht.
That could be a great way to spend our summers for the next 3 years, Tessa said. Sadness sat heavily on his heart as he thought about saying goodbye to Tessa. From the way she was talking, it sounded like she expected that the marriage would end right on schedule. But why wouldn't she? Other than the kiss they'd shared on the beach, he'd given her no indication that he wanted romance. He grabbed a piece of watermelon and munched on it. The crew had provided a fruit and cheese and cracker tray to go with their champagne.
What was your childhood like?
He asked Tessa. She glanced into the distance at the water all around them. At first, it was happy. I was oblivious to any problems my parents seemed to have. They hid it well from me. Then, one day when I was 10, my parents sat me down and told me they were getting a divorce. It felt like it had come out of nowhere. My dad took a job in Michigan, and life went downhill from there. My mom's mental health got progressively worse. When she had her good days, life was blissfully happy, but when she had her bad days, she was either screaming and crying or she'd lock herself in her room for days on end and refuse to come out. I had to bring her food when she got like that. She'd come to the door and take it from me, and then lock her door again. It was a lonely existence for me.
What about your dad? Why didn't you go live with him?
I went back to visit him in the summers, but I didn't want to abandon my mom. I was worried about her.
It sounds like you were more of a mom to her.
Some days it was like that. On her good days, she was fine. She came out and cooked dinner, but the house was always a wreck. When we were growing up, my dad was the one who kept things organized, but after he left, my mom started hoarding stuff. She would go ballistic if I ever tried to throw anything out.
That sounds like a miserable way to live.
It was hard.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Benson said. I hope our next 3 years together are happy ones for you.
Thank you, Benson. I hope so too. Tessa's eyes looked sad when she said it. It was awful to be anticipating your divorce when you were on your honeymoon. But it wasn't like they could talk about their life in the future when they'd already agreed that it would only last 3 years. After that, Tessa would have her money and she'd be sure to leave. Why wouldn't she? She would have everything her heart desired at that point. What about you? Tessa asked. What was your childhood like?
It was happy. I was a little troublemaker. I put my parents through a lot, but they were always patient with me.
What was the worst thing you did as a kid? Tessa asked.
I was quite the pyromaniac. I was about 5 years old when I learned about matches. One of my favorite things to do was go get the matches.
Didn't your parents keep them up high?
Well, of course they did. They kept them in the cabinet above the refrigerator, pushed to the back. They thought I couldn't climb that high, but I figured out how to stack up chairs and pots and pans. Then I scaled the refrigerator and climbed right up there. I've always been athletic, even from the beginning.
What did you do once you got the matches?
I was quite the construction expert.
What does that mean?
I built log cabins out of the matchsticks and set them on fire.
Did you burn down anything else?
The log cabin went up in flames so fast because of the matchsticks, and I got excited about it. Eventually, I discovered gasoline. Boy, that was fun. I singed off the hair on my arm and my eyebrows a few times. One day, all my fun came to an end when I burned down one of my log cabins in the living room. I put it on a plate, thinking it would be safe, but I didn't realize how close it was to the drapes, and it went up in flames fast. Before I knew it, I had a blazing inferno. My mom had already learned at that point to keep a fire extinguisher handy, and she was able to put it out. From that point on, my dad kept the matches and flammables in the gun safe.
You weren't kidding, Tessa teased. You really did put your parents through a lot.
I still am,
Benson said. How are they taking the whole wedding thing? Tessa asked.
They think we're going to find a way to stay together, Benson said. My mom and sisters are optimists and romantics at heart.
What about your dad? Tessa asked.
He's frustrated with me.
Why?
He's angry that I got myself into trouble in the first place. I think he blames himself for not being a better father.
That wasn't his fault, Tessa said.
I know. But that's how my dad is. He thinks my behavior reflects on him. It's just not the case.
I agree.
He tried his best to teach me, and he did a fantastic job. I just chose to ignore what he'd said.
No one can control what you do. Your choices are up to you, Tessa said.
That's right, and I take full responsibility for what I did. I just feel bad that you got roped into all of this.
It's not too bad. Tessa looked out over the water. I get to be here with you on this lovely boat. I'd say I'm the one who ended up lucking out.
Do you really feel that way?
Benson asked. I do. Tessa reached over and took his hand.
What a lovely couple, one of the crew members said to them. If it's all right with you two, I'd like to get your photo. It's included in your package. That would be fantastic, Benson said. Let's have you both stand up and embrace.
Benson stood and then helped Tessa up. She stood close to him and then looked up into his eyes. His green eyes were full and serious. He wrapped his arms around her waist.
Okay, lovely, the photographer said. Let's have you get a little closer together.
Benson pulled Tessa against him, feeling her warmth against his body.
Beautiful.
Tessa put her hand on his chest. It felt amazing to have her touching him like this. The photographer snapped a few pictures.
Perfect. Now kiss each other.
Benson looked down at Tessa. He wasn't expecting the photographer to ask them to kiss, but it wasn't like he could refuse. He bent his head down, tasting her sweet lips. She rose to meet him, putting her arms around his neck. She pulled him closer toward her, and he felt himself losing control. He wanted this woman. He knew it wasn't fair to kiss her like this. He could be giving her the wrong message, but he couldn't control it. He was tired of fighting against himself.
That's wonderful,
the photographer said. Benson had almost forgotten he was there. His head spun from the kiss. He pulled away and looked into Tessa's eyes. They shone up at him, and she smiled. You're really good at that, she said quietly to him.
Am I?
He murmured. Yes. I wouldn't mind if you did it again sometime.
I'm sure we'll be getting plenty of chances, Benson said.
The photographer disappeared down into the boat. I mean, you can do it when people aren't around, Tessa said when they were alone. Chapter 12. Benson looked away.
That's probably not the best idea.
Why not? Tessa asked.
This isn't the place to have this discussion, Benson said. Why don't we go back to our room after this and swim, and we can discuss it in private?
Fine, but don't think I'm going to forget about it.
Fair enough,
Benson said.
In the meantime, why don't we talk about something safe?
Like what? Tessa asked.
What's your favorite food?
Guess.
What do you mean, guess?
You should know me well enough by now to know my eating habits.
Not really. We've been eating out a lot. I haven't seen what you make when you're at home alone.
So you want to know what I cook when I'm by myself?
Sure.
I don't cook a lot, but when I do, it's usually Italian food. I'm a sucker for good pasta.
Good choice. I love Italian too. I'll have to take you to some authentic Italian restaurants when we get to New York.
I'd love that.
What about snacks?
Homemade chocolate chip cookies. What about you? Tessa asked. What's your favorite food?
I have a few things I know how to cook. Very basic stuff. I can make some killer cheesy eggs.
Would you say that's your favorite food?
No. Probably stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut is my favorite.
Pizza Hut? You have all those expensive restaurants to choose from, and that's your favorite?
Yep. I'm just a simple guy, Tessa.
I like that about you. He smiled at her, and those adorable dimples popped again.
Thanks.
What's your favorite snack? She asked him.
Oreos.
Favorite chips?
Doritos.
Me too.
You can learn a lot about a person just by going grocery shopping with them, Benson said.
That's true. If you went shopping with me, you would learn that I don't eat very healthy at all.
Benson laughed. Same here. Although my coach gets on to me for it. I've had to change my ways for my career.
Have you thought about bringing in a private chef? Tessa asked.
I've toyed with the idea. I do have some pretty specific dietary needs. I have to make sure I'm getting enough healthy fats and proteins.
Their sailing adventure ended, and they went back to the room. It had gotten dark. Benson flipped on the lights in their room, and a few lanterns lit up on the side of the wall.
This is cozy,
he said. I'm going to try out the pool, Tessa told him. She grabbed her navy blue bikini and went into the bathroom to change. When she came out, Benson took a turn in the bathroom, getting changed into his swim trunks. Tessa stepped into the water. It was refreshing and just the right temperature. Benson came out of the bathroom and joined her. Now can we talk about why you don't want to kiss in private? Tessa asked.
If you want to.
I do. Does it have something to do with Megan? Benson gave her a startled look.
You know about Megan?
Mrs. Wheaton said something to me about her at the wedding. His face paled.
How would she know anything about what happened with Megan?
She said she heard some of your wedding guests talking about it. I don't think they knew she was listening in.
That old busybody, Benson growled. I wish she would just leave well enough alone.
You know she can't do that. She always has to meddle. She thinks she's helping.
Well, she wasn't helping this time.
Were you planning on telling me about Megan? Benson looked away from her, and she could see a muscle twitching in his jaw.
I don't know.
He sighed.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Okay, eventually.
I'm not trying to stick my nose where it doesn't belong, but I think if we're going to be married, this is information I should know about.
How much did she tell you?
She said that Megan abandoned you at the altar.
That's pretty much the worst of it, he grumbled.
I figured as much. When did it happen?
Right after I signed my contract with the Giants.
I'm so sorry. Benson kept his face turned away from her like he didn't want her to see the expression on his face. She gently took 2 fingers and turned his face toward hers. It's okay, Benson. I'm not going anywhere.
We both know that's not true. When those 3 years are up, you're out of here. Why wouldn't you be? You'd have the money.
I didn't marry you for the money.
Benson scoffed. I know, you did it for your career.
And I did it because I learned that you're a decent guy who made a mistake and needed some help.
You did?
Benson asked. Yes, and I did it because I like you.
I'm glad. I like you too. I could have done a lot worse when it came to choosing a wife.
I'm glad you feel that way. Tessa gazed out into the distance. From their view, they could see the waves crashing onto the shore far below. Why did you keep it a secret that Megan left you at the altar?
Because it's humiliating.
What happened between you two?
What do you mean?
Benson looked at her, and she could tell he was getting defensive. Why do you think she didn't show up?
Are you assuming I did something wrong to cause her to no-show?
Benson growled. I don't know. Don't get so mad. I'm just trying to understand.
You're nosing around in things that shouldn't be discussed.
Benson snapped. Yes, they should.
Well, maybe I'm not ready to discuss them.
What do you mean?
Look, I don't like talking about Megan.
Why not?
It's in the past. There's nothing I can do about it now. I choose to live my life and look forward to the future.
But what if the past is affecting your future because you haven't addressed what happened?
You don't know what I've addressed and what I haven't.
I'm getting the impression that you haven't addressed this, or it wouldn't be so hard for you to talk about it.
Maybe I haven't addressed it. Is that what you want to hear?
I just want to hear the truth. I want to understand what's going on.
Why do you care? You're just here for the career opportunity.
What if I told you that wasn't true anymore? Tessa said.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what I'm saying. Not for sure, but I'm starting to have feelings for you, Benson. That means something to me, and I don't want to throw it away. We could have a real chance for happiness together.
You don't want to have feelings for me,
Benson warned. Why not? Tessa demanded.
Because I'm too messed up. I can't figure out this mess for myself, and I don't want you getting involved and putting your heart on the line. You're just asking to get hurt, and that's the last thing I want for you.
I think I should be the judge of who I allow myself to have feelings for.
You've been warned. You don't want to fall in love with me.
I think it might be too late for that. Or it very soon will be.
Tessa,
Benson groaned.
This is the worst thing that could happen right now.
I'm a big girl. I can handle my own feelings.
How could you have feelings for me? I'm a huge mess.
But you're also funny and kind, and you're the hottest guy I've ever seen. I can't help but feel this way. The more I get to know you, the more I realize I want to learn.
There's nothing I can say to convince you to change your mind?
It's too late for that.
You are a stubborn woman.
I'm sorry I pried into your business with Megan, but I thought you should know that I'd found out. You deserved that much.
I can understand why you might want to bring it up. I do appreciate that.
You're welcome. I didn't want that to be weird between us, but it seems like it is anyway.
I'm sorry. That part is my fault.
Have you thought about trying therapy for whatever happened with Megan?
I've thought about it, but it never seemed like the right time.
Maybe it's time to start thinking about it again.
I don't know.
I don't mean to sound pushy, but I think talking about what happened with Megan with a professional could help you.
I'll give it some thought.
I can't imagine what you went through. If you ever feel like you want to talk about it, I'm a pretty good listener.
I appreciate that. There aren't many girls who would be happy to sit around and talk about their husband's ex.
If it helps us have a real relationship, I'm willing to do it.
You think we could have a real relationship?
If you got therapy and were willing to do the work, I think we could go on to have something real.
Is that what you want?
It's better than getting a divorce. I saw what divorce did to my mom, and I don't want to end up like her. I've tried to keep my distance from you emotionally, but with all this pretending and romantic activities, it's been pretty much impossible.
Do you think that maybe what happened to your mom wasn't because of the divorce?
What do you mean?
What if she was already sick before the divorce?
I always had the impression that her mental illness was triggered from the divorce.
You think you could have mental illness trigger in you if you go through a divorce too?
Exactly. I know bipolar disorder runs in families. What if I have it too, and it's just dormant because I haven't triggered it yet?
If you have bipolar laying dormant in your genetics, any number of things could trigger it. You can't just live in fear that you're going to experience mental illness.
I suppose you're right. But I'd still prefer to avoid divorce if it can be prevented.
I'm not sure it can be in our case.
Why would you say something like that? Tessa was starting to get frustrated with Benson.
Because you're not going to want to put up with me and my issues, and I wouldn't blame you. Once you see what it's like to be married to me, you're going to be glad to get away from me.
I thought you said you were working on your recklessness.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Then explain what you mean, Tessa demanded.
I can't give you my heart.
Tessa waved her hands around in the water. You mean to say that everything I'm feeling has been one-sided?
I'm not sure what you've been feeling.
I feel like you're evading the question, Tessa said, swimming away from him. She needed to clear her head for a minute. This conversation was starting to wear on her.
It hasn't been one-sided.
Tessa turned around in the water to see Benson facing her. So, you have feelings for me, too?
Yes.
Then what's the problem? Tessa asked.
It's complicated.
So figure it out.
You can't rescue me like you try to do with your mom. I have to figure this out on my own.
You're a very frustrating person.
You need to be prepared to accept that it may not work out between us.
So that's how it's going to be? You admit you have feelings for me, but you don't want to fight for what we could have together?
It's not that I don't want to fight. It's that I don't know if I can win.
What do you mean by that? Tessa made a face. You can be a very confusing person.
I can't explain it.
Why not? Tessa complained.
Because I don't want to hurt you.
So you know why, but you're just choosing to keep it to yourself.
Can we talk about something else?
Benson asked. What would you like to talk about? Tessa said. I know. You can tell me what we're planning to do tomorrow.
Tomorrow we're going horseback riding and hiking to a waterfall with a swimming hole.
Tomorrow is horseback riding? How exciting.
I thought you'd be happy to hear that.
Tessa was glad that Benson had suggested that they change the subject. She didn't want to argue with him, but it was eating her up inside that he wasn't willing to be more open with her. She wasn't used to so much secrecy. Her mom usually talked to her openly about things. Benson had said that he was afraid of hurting her. What could he mean by that? Maybe she was better off not knowing, but she still ached to learn the truth behind his words. It seemed like the key to her happiness, and not knowing what it was might eat her alive. Maybe she just needed to have more patience with Benson. They still had another 3 years together to figure things out. In the meantime, she was going to make the most of what was left of her honeymoon. She didn't want to spend her time in the Caribbean fighting with Benson. She wanted to have fun and enjoy the sights, go on adventures. Maybe relaxing and letting go was the way to get what she wanted. Maybe the pieces would fall into place on their own if she could only learn to be still and allow things to be how they were supposed to be. It was just so hard to give up control. Chapter 13. Benson helped Tessa into her saddle before he mounted his horse. They were going on a ride through the jungle and then a gallop across the beach. Lush foliage surrounded them, and exotic birds perched on the branches overhead. Monkeys swung from tree to tree, and Benson enjoyed watching Tessa's reaction to it all. It warmed his heart to see her so happy. He felt bad about the way the conversation in their pool had gone last night. He hadn't wanted to upset Tessa, but she was digging around at his deepest, most tender spot. He didn't want to admit to her that he still had feelings for Megan. He didn't know if he could ever make those go away. He was embarrassed to admit that he longed for a woman who so clearly didn't want him. He would give anything to make his feelings for Megan disappear. Tessa deserved better. She should be able to have his whole heart. Megan had moved on. She'd eventually gotten married to some other guy, and she was expecting their first child. He wished he'd had the freedom to do the same. Instead, he found himself pining for another man's wife. He hated himself for it. He was grateful that Tessa hadn't seemed to recognize that he was still hung up on Megan. But it was only a matter of time before she figured it out. Tessa was too inquisitive to let it go. He understood that it was in her nature as a reporter to get to the bottom of a story. But he wished he weren't on the receiving end of her nosiness. Not on the topic of Megan, anyway. He didn't mind opening up to her on other subjects, like food or entertainment. He could talk about that all day. Their horses burst through the jungle, and they rode harder as they got out onto the beach. Tessa's hair flew out behind her, and she squealed in delight. He loved seeing her so happy. If horseback riding brought her this much joy, then he'd buy her a farm, complete with stables. He'd even get her riding lessons if she wanted them. He didn't care all that much about spending the money on himself, but he wanted very much to bring a smile to his wife's face. He might not be able to do that with his heart, but he could at least do it with his money. They galloped down the beach, eventually looping back into the jungle to where the stables were located. That was incredible! Tessa turned around in her saddle to face him. Her cheeks were tinged pink with delight. We have to do this again sometime.
I agree. I'd love to do this again.
They dismounted at the stables, and Tessa stroked her horse on the nose. She looked completely enamored with the animal. Goodbye, friend. They walked back toward the car, and Tessa threw her arms around Benson.
What was that for?
He asked when she'd stepped away. It was for paying attention to me enough to know I wanted to go horseback riding, and then made it happen. That means a lot to me.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it.
Too bad they don't have horse farms in New York City.
They have them if you're willing to drive out of the city a bit.
Oh, that's true.
What would you say to buying some property where we could have horses?
Benson asked. Are you serious? Tessa squealed.
Yes.
I would love that. Seeing Tessa happy like this made him want to take her in his arms and kiss her. He couldn't get enough of the joy on her face. He wanted to find every way he could to bring that light into her eyes. So what's next? She asked as they climbed into their rental car.
Hiking? You brought your swimsuit, right?
Benson buckled his seatbelt. Yep, it's in my bag in the back seat.
Awesome. We can go grab some lunch, and we can change in the restaurant bathroom.
He put the car into reverse. Tessa smiled at him. That works for me. Benson drove her to a burger place. They changed in the bathrooms before ordering their food. Tessa came out of the bathroom in a pair of tiny tan shorts and an army green tank top. He could see the straps of a black swimsuit beneath her shirt. Her legs looked amazing in those shorts. He really did have one hot wife. When their food was ready, Benson carried the tray to the seating area. Tessa bit into her burger. She had sunglasses perched on her head. This is fantastic. How did you hear about this place?
I looked it up online. It's supposed to be the best on the island.
Smart man.
I need the best for my woman.
Tessa set her burger down. I'm your woman?
You are now. I certainly don't have any other women hanging around.
I know, but it feels different when you say it like that.
Like what?
Benson asked. Like you care about me? Tessa said.
I do care about you.
Like you have feelings for me, Tessa emphasized.
You're an amazing woman. How could I not have feelings for you? I feel very deeply about you, Tessa.
I feel the same way about you. They finished off their food and headed back to the car. I'm stuffed, Tessa said. I'm glad we're going hiking because I'm going to need to work off some of these calories.
Didn't you hear? Benson teased. Your body doesn't absorb calories when you're on vacation. You're allowed to eat as much as you want with no weight gain.
Tessa laughed. If only that were true. They drove out to the trailhead, and Benson parked the car. "It's so beautiful here," Tessa said, looking around at the jungle. "I've only seen stuff like this in the movies."
"It is pretty fantastic."
He handed her a bottle of insect repellent.
"You should probably spray yourself down. I have a feeling they have monster-sized mosquitoes here."
"Monster-sized?" Tessa asked.
"I don't know, I just made that up, but I'm sure it has mosquitoes just like any other place."
Tessa sprayed herself down and then handed the can back to Benson so he could make sure he was covered. They threw a couple of towels and the can of spray into Benson's backpack, along with some bottles of water.
"Ready to go?"
Benson asked. "What about sunscreen?" Tessa asked. Benson unzipped his backpack and handed her the spray can. They sprayed themselves down and then put the sunscreen away. He put on his favorite New York Giants hat. They headed down the trail. It was a bit rugged, and large rocks jutted out along the path that they had to step over.
"Do you hike much?"
he asked. "Not as much as I'd like to, but as you know, the hiking around Maple Creek is fantastic."
"It's some of the best in the country,"
Benson agreed. "Living near the Appalachian Trail has its benefits."
"I thought you were eager to get out of Maple Creek."
"I am, but it doesn't mean I don't appreciate certain parts of living there."
"I liked growing up there," Benson said. "There's always something fun to do."
"In Maple Creek?" Tessa asked. "I thought it was boring."
"No way. You just have to know the right things to do."
"Like what?" Tessa asked.
"Like going down to the lake and goofing around, spending time with friends, going to Dixie's Tavern."
"You make it sound a lot better than it is."
"You're just trying to compare it with New York. They're two very different places, but both have their good points."
"That's a good way to look at it."
"You just have to reframe your thoughts a bit."
"Where did you learn that?" Tessa asked.
"My dad taught me that when I was a kid. Think positive. Always look on the bright side."
"It's a great skill to have," Tessa said. "Not everyone can do that."
"It takes practice, but if you decide to do it before a negative thought comes up, it's much easier to do when things go wrong."
"Your dad sounds like a smart guy," Tessa said.
"He tried his best with me. I sure didn't make it easy on him."
"Not from what I heard from you. I can't believe you almost burned your house down."
My parents were prepared after that. I think they kept expecting me to do it again.
"Did you?"
I kept my fires outside after that. At least I'd learned that much. There was just something so exciting about seeing stuff burn.
"Your poor parents."
And now you know why my parents went gray early.
Tessa laughed.
"It's come back to haunt me, though."
"What do you mean?" Tessa asked.
"Sometimes I wonder if the reason Megan left was because I was so reckless,"
Benson admitted. He'd surprised himself by bringing Megan up, but Tessa had said she was willing to listen, so maybe he should continue.
"Maybe I'm not good with relationships. I'll probably end up running you off at some point when I do something stupid."
"Did you ever ask her why she left?" Tessa asked.
"I saw her again after the wedding, and she told me that it had nothing to do with me. She said she thought she was ready for marriage, but then realized that it wasn't the right time for her."
"Do you think she was being honest?"
"I don't know what to think."
"Then your best bet is to listen to her words and assume she was telling the truth. Otherwise, you'll drive yourself nuts trying to figure it out."
I've gone over it many times in my head, wondering what I could have done wrong.
"No one's perfect, Benson," Tessa said. "If she was supposed to be with you, then she'd be here on this honeymoon with you instead of me." Tessa's words shocked Benson. He hadn't thought about what was supposed to happen. He'd just been going through the motions. He wasn't sure he believed that there was one certain path he was supposed to take with his life. But pining over Megan didn't help anything. That would only lead to misery. He wished there was a way he could live in the present with the woman in front of him. He was here in this tropical paradise with a gorgeous bride who cared about him. Wouldn't it be amazing if he could let go of the past and enjoy what he already had? The problem was, he didn't know how to do that. He was stuck thinking about what had happened with Megan. Now that he'd begun to face that dark part of his life, it was harder than ever to stay in the present moment. Maybe he could take it one day at a time, and with Tessa's help, he might be able to get through the worst of it. He just hoped that he didn't chase her off in the process.
"I'm glad it's you here,"
Benson said. He surprised himself when he realized that he meant it. Megan wouldn't have gone on all these adventures with him. She got seasick and she hated being out in nature. She'd been all about going to the posh parties and living the big city life. He'd expected Tessa to be the same way since she wanted to live in New York City. But she loved the rugged outdoors. Riding on a horse across the beach, sailing into the sunset, hiking across rugged terrain. This was no big city girl who freaked out when a bug flew near her. She was the perfect balance of both worlds. She loved the idea of being in the city and being outdoors. He was beginning to realize how lucky he'd gotten when he'd decided to pick her. She seemed to be a lot more compatible with him than he'd first realized. She even liked to talk about sports and enjoyed sports reporting. Megan had hated sports and complained bitterly when he wanted to watch football. She rarely even came to his games. He had a feeling that wouldn't be the case with Tessa come fall. She'd had to attend many sporting events as a Maple Creek reporter. "Are you really glad it's me?" Tessa asked. "You don't wish it were Megan instead?" She sounded so vulnerable when she asked that. Benson couldn't look at her. How could he let her know that he still had feelings for Megan?
"Nah, Megan wouldn't have been nearly as much fun as you. She was always complaining."
That was the right thing to say because Tessa's face glowed.
"I've had a blast with you on this trip," Benson said. "Especially today. It feels like every day has gotten better. I'm sorry we even had to mention my ex."
"Don't be sorry. I'm glad you're opening up to me about what happened. I feel like I need to know."
"We probably should have done it before we got married, so we wouldn't have had to talk about it on our honeymoon."
We both know that our honeymoon wasn't the traditional kind. We weren't expecting anything real to happen between us.
"But it did,"
Benson said, climbing some stairs cut into the hillside. "Yes, it did," Tessa agreed. "I really like you, Benson. You're easy to be with."
"I feel the same way about you."
"I wasn't expecting our honeymoon to go this well. I thought we were just going to put on a big act for the pictures, and instead it feels more and more real every day."
"I'm glad it's not fake."
"Me too. I hate pretending. I'm an honest kind of person. I like reporting accurate stories in the newspaper, and I pride myself on that. Presenting myself to the world in a dishonest way goes against my values."
"I don't like pretending either."
"We'll get through this," Tessa said. "One way or another." Benson hoped that was true. What if he really did mess things up with Megan like he'd feared? Did that mean it was only a matter of time before he did something stupid to run off Tessa, too? That was why he'd tried so hard to keep himself from developing feelings for Tessa. Because he tended to ruin things with his stupidity and recklessness. He didn't want to end up broken-hearted again like what happened with Megan. He wasn't sure he'd be able to come back from it this time. Chapter 14. Tessa could hear the babbling of a brook through the trees. They walked farther down the trail, and she could hear the roaring of the waterfall. Excitement built in her as she anticipated jumping in the refreshing water. She'd worked up quite a sweat in the tropical humidity. They descended a set of stone stairs that curved around the hillside. The trees parted, and the waterfall came into view. It was about 50 feet tall and fell into a large pool of water. "This is prettier than I'd imagined," Tessa said. The water was turquoise blue and contrasted beautifully with the surrounding rainforest.
That water's calling to me,
Benson said. He took off his hat and backpack and set them on the ground. Then he peeled his shirt off and tossed it on top of his bag. He turned to Tessa.
You getting in?
She'd been too absorbed in watching him strip off his shirt. "Oh yeah, I totally am." She took off her tank top and shorts and placed them with their stuff. She felt Benson's eyes on her as she stood there in her swimsuit. Her cheeks grew hot.
You're a beautiful woman, Tessa.
"You think I'm beautiful?" she asked.
Are you kidding me? You're gorgeous. I'm lucky to be married to you.
"You mean that after all those girls you've been seen with around New York?" He walked closer to her.
I mean that. I think about it all the time.
She swallowed and looked up at him. He put his hands on her bare arms and goosebumps rose there. "You think about me being beautiful?"
You haven't noticed me checking you out?
Benson asked. "Well, yeah, but I just figured that was a normal male response."
That's because I'm highly attracted to you.
He was so close to her now. "I'm attracted to you too. You're the hottest guy I've ever seen, let alone been close to like this."
You think that?
"Of course I do. I mean, look at you. You're ripped, and you have those adorable dimples." He smiled at her, and his dimples made their appearance. "See? There they are." He laughed. She looked into his eyes. They crinkled at the corners. She was in love with this man. She knew that now. How could she not be? He was everything she'd ever dreamed of and then some. She felt like her heart was connected to him, like she'd always known him. That was the most important part of all. There was something so intimate about being alone with him like this. She felt safe and comfortable in his arms. He felt like home. He bent his head down and kissed her. She put her hands on his shoulders and ran them down his rock-hard arms.
That feels nice,
he said against her mouth. She stroked the back of his neck and touched the spikiness of the hair on the back of his head. She felt protected in his arms like this, like he was cherishing her. She'd never envisioned that she would feel this way with a man. Her parents hadn't been like this. She assumed she'd end up with a guy who cared about her on the surface, but this felt deeper. The depth of her feelings for Benson surprised her. It felt new and fresh and exciting. He pulled away.
Should we see if this water is as refreshing as it looks?
Absolutely. Her lips were swollen where he'd kissed her. She stepped into the water with Benson at her side. "This is paradise." Benson smiled at her.
I'm glad to be here with you, Tessa Patrick.
"I'm happy I'm here with you too." She smiled at the way he used his last name when he spoke to her. It made her feel all tingly inside when she thought about being his. She stepped deeper into the water and then launched deeper in as she swam forward on her belly. She rolled onto her back and looked up at the bright blue sky. She sighed at the perfection of it all. Tessa and Benson stayed at the waterfall for another hour, splashing each other and flirting and kissing. She finally felt like they were a real couple on a honeymoon. At least it felt like it at that moment. They still hadn't taken their relationship beyond kissing, and she was okay with that. She didn't want to rush anything. They still had plenty of time to explore that side of their marriage. They eventually dried off and took some pictures of the two of them. Tessa hadn't felt this happy in all her life. She put back on her tank top and shorts for the hike back to the car. "That was awesome," she told Benson.
"I'm glad you liked it. That waterfall came highly recommended."
"I like the way you have all this planned out. It's made the trip a lot of fun."
"Thanks, Tessa."
"So what's on the agenda for the rest of the day?"
"I thought we could go to the restaurant on the beach and eat while we watch the waves breaking on the sand."
"That sounds lovely," Tessa said. "I'm in the mood for some seafood."
"You're in the right place for that."
"I want shrimp, with pasta."
"That's right, you're a pasta lover."
"Mm-hmm. It's my favorite."
"How do you stay so skinny when you love pasta so much?"
Benson asked. "I work out. I usually burn most of it off on the elliptical."
"You can get away with pasta if you're hitting the elliptical."
"You sure can. It's not easy, though. I've had to be pretty dedicated. I love to eat junk."
Benson laughed. "I hear you there. I have to watch myself or I'll eat all kinds of bad stuff."
They arrived at the car and Benson unlocked it. He put his backpack in the back seat, and Tessa put her towel on the seat so she wouldn't get it wet. It was so humid in the rainforest that she hadn't dried off all that much. She didn't want to trash the rental car with her wet behind. They buckled up, and Benson drove back to the resort. "I could go for a nap," Tessa said with a yawn.
"That sounds nice. But I want to shower first. I feel all gross and sticky."
"Yes, a shower sounds like heaven," Tessa agreed. They parked at the resort and then walked back to their room.
"You can take a shower first,"
Benson offered. "Thanks." When she got out of her shower, Benson went into the bathroom after her. She climbed beneath the soft covers. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, Benson's phone buzzed against her leg. She reached down to grab it, and when she did, her finger swiped open the screen. The text appeared before her. It was from one of his teammates named Gus Henry. She recognized the name from watching sports. She knew that Benson was close to him. Gus.
"How are you holding up?"
Had he confided in Gus about their relationship being fake? He hadn't specifically told her, but she knew he had sworn a couple of his teammates to secrecy. She knew she was invading Benson's privacy, but she couldn't help but catch her name earlier in their text messages. They were talking about her? She read that Benson had admitted to Gus 2 days before the wedding he still had feelings for Megan. Gus had told him to be patient, that love for Tessa would come. Benson hadn't responded. That was the last text before today. Tessa set the phone down as pain hit her hard right in the center of her chest. Benson was still in love with his ex? No wonder he hadn't wanted anything real with her. He was still hung up on some other girl. Tessa felt the humiliation burning on her cheeks. She'd been a fool to think that she could have a normal, happy marriage with Benson. Now she knew why he was so defensive about Megan. He still wanted her. He would probably always want her. Tears slid from her eyes. She rolled over and curled up in the bed. She didn't want Benson to know how upset she was. She didn't want to admit to him that she'd gone through his phone. Why had she been so stupid to let herself fall for Benson? It wasn't like he hadn't warned her. He'd told her not to fall for him, and she hadn't listened. She wished she'd never read his text messages. She could have continued with their marriage, blissfully unaware of Benson's feelings for Megan. They could have had a happy future together. Benson came out of the shower only wearing a pair of athletic shorts. Why did he have to look so good? She rolled away from him and faced the opposite side of the room.
I feel much cleaner now,
Benson said. Tessa didn't answer. Maybe he would assume she was exhausted and he'd leave her alone. He climbed into bed next to her. He kissed her shoulder. That was the last thing she knew before she drifted off to sleep. She woke up to Benson sitting up in bed beside her.
Hey, sleepyhead.
He kissed the side of her head.
You about ready to get dressed and go down to dinner?
She sat up. Her head pounded. She grabbed a water bottle from the bedside table and took a drink. She threw back the covers and went to her suitcase for a dress. She pulled out a sunny yellow dress with tiny white flowers. This dress had a neckline that was off the shoulders, so she grabbed her strapless bra to wear with it. She took the clothing into the bathroom to get dressed. She put on some makeup and inspected her reflection. She looked exhausted. The news that Benson was still in love with Megan weighed heavily on her. She could see it coming through in her face. Why had she let herself fall for Benson? Now she was in pain. Was this what he'd been going through? Being in love with someone who didn't love you back? He'd said he had feelings for her. Was that just part of the act? Did he want to make it easier for her to pretend to be in love with him by acting like he reciprocated her feelings? Maybe this was all part of keeping his spot on the team. She had no way to know for sure. She came out of the bathroom and Benson was standing with his back to her, looking out at the mountains in the distance. He was already dressed for dinner. He spun around to face her.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Did you get a good nap?
I woke up with a headache. His eyes softened.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon.
This was exactly why she'd fallen for him. He was tender and sweet and compassionate. It was too bad his heart was invested elsewhere. I'll be fine. You ready to go eat?
Yes, I'm starving.
The sun was already setting. It must be almost 9 o'clock, Tessa said.
It's about 8:45.
How long did I sleep? Tessa asked.
About 3 hours.
I must have been exhausted.
We have been doing a lot of fun things, and you've been getting a lot of sun.
I know, I've picked up a bit of a tan.
It looks good on you.
How could he keep complimenting her like this? Was it part of the act? You've gotten some sun too, Tessa said.
I noticed that earlier.
At least you haven't burned.
I've been trying to keep the sunscreen on,
Benson said. They arrived at the restaurant and were shown to a table. This place had a straw roof and brown rattan furniture. They ordered pina coladas and then browsed the menu. I don't see shrimp with pasta, but they do have it with rice, Tessa said. Maybe I'll get that.
Are you sure? We could go to the other restaurant if you want.
No, we've already ordered our drinks here. I'll be fine.
Only if you're sure.
She smiled at him. I'm sure. This restaurant served traditional Caribbean food. Tessa loved looking over the menu to see what was offered. It all looked so exotic. The server came back with their drinks and took their order, and then Tessa and Benson handed him their menus. Tessa looked out onto the beach where the waves were crashing onto the sand. Sadness overwhelmed her. Her trip had been filled with so much happiness, and after reading just a few text messages, it was all destroyed for her.
Are you okay?
Benson asked her. I'm fine. She couldn't meet his eye.
You don't seem fine.
Why did his voice have to sound so gentle? It made her fall even harder for him, and she didn't want to. Having feelings for Benson would only lead to heartbreak. She didn't want to spend their marriage this way.
What's going on?
Benson asked. Tears started forming in her eyes.
Did something happen?
She nodded. He took her hand.
What is it?
I did something stupid.
What did you do?
I read your phone while you were in the shower.
You what?
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that, but I'm just so nosy. I couldn't help myself. Benson's voice became guarded.
What did you see?
You got a text from Gus, and your phone was buzzing against my leg. I picked up your phone, and it swiped it open. I didn't mean to read it, but I saw that he was asking how you were holding up, and then I saw my name in the above conversation.
What did I say? I don't even remember.
You told Gus you still have feelings for Megan. Benson went very still.
Tessa.
Have you been putting on an act with me this whole time? Tessa asked.
Tessa, no.
Her tears started flowing then. They spilled from her eyes and ran down her cheeks.
What do you want me to say? She left me at the altar. She was supposed to be my wife.
But that was years ago. I didn't expect that you would still be in love with her after all these years.
It killed me inside when she dumped me like that. You have to live that to know what it feels like.
I'm not trying to diminish what you went through. Megan was awful to leave you in that situation. She should have broken things off with you before they got that far.
Yes, she should have. But she didn't always make the best decisions.
How can you still love her after she treated you so badly? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I can't explain it. I know it's idiotic, but it feels like it's out of my control.
And the way I feel about you is out of my control.
What are you saying?
Benson leaned forward. I'm saying I'm in love with you. But now I don't want to be. Because you love someone else. Chapter 15. Benson reeled at her words.
You're in love with me?
Yes, and you're in love with Megan. Benson looked down at his silverware. So you admit it?
I can't deny it.
Then there's nowhere for this marriage to go for us. I can't be in love with a man who is in love with someone else.
I understand. I don't blame you.
What are we going to do? Tessa asked.
That depends on you.
What do you mean?
Do you want to stay in this marriage?
Tessa shook her head. This is all happening so fast.
I'm not going to force you to stay married to me. If you want out, all you have to do is let me know.
You would lose your career.
I can't keep it and know that I'm making you miserable.
It was then that he knew he was in love with Tessa. He was willing to give up everything for her happiness.
I'll make sure that you get your dream job, and as soon as you have it, we can sign the divorce papers. I'll even help you get settled into your own apartment.
I don't want my own apartment. I want to live with you.
You don't have to stay in this marriage. You're free. I don't want you getting all noble on me.
Their waiter brought them their dinner, and they stopped the conversation. Benson no longer cared about keeping up appearances. As far as he was concerned, his career was over anyway. Just a few days ago, he would have insisted on having this conversation in private. Back then, his career was his top priority, but that had shifted somehow on their honeymoon. Now he primarily cared about Tessa and her feelings. He wanted to cherish her, honor her. She deserved better than him. That was why he couldn't trap her in this marriage. He hadn't thought it would matter when it was all about her career, but now her heart was involved, and that was something he cared very deeply about. They ate the rest of their meal in silence. Benson's thoughts tortured him as he picked at his food. He'd lost his appetite. He couldn't bear to think that he'd caused his dear wife pain. He never wanted to see tears on her face again. When they'd finished their dinner, Benson paid the bill and they returned to their room.
Do you want me to get a different room?
Benson asked.
I don't want you to feel pressured to sleep in bed with me.
Please stay here with me, Tessa said. I don't want you to leave.
If it's what you want, I'll stay, but if you change your mind at any point, you just have to let me know.
She took his hand. It's what I want. He dressed for bed in the bathroom and then climbed beneath the covers. Tessa went into the bathroom and was in there for a long time. Benson pulled out his phone and texted Gus back. Benson.
It's rough. She knows about Megan and isn't taking it well.
Gus.
Ouch. Sorry to hear that. I hope things get better for you.
Benson got a notification from one of his social media profiles. He pulled up the app and saw a picture of him sitting at dinner with Tessa. The camera was focused on her tear-streaked face. The caption read, "Trouble with the newlyweds." Great. He'd probably be getting a call from Cameron soon. Sure enough, his phone started ringing. He answered it.
What's going on with Tessa? I thought things were going well. She found out about Megan. Not good. What can you do to patch things up? This isn't going to look good for you. Bill's been keeping a close watch on you. This might be it for me. What are you talking about? Women cry all the time. Just convince him she was telling a sad story about when her dog died. That's not what I mean, Benson said. I can't keep her in this marriage now that she knows I still have feelings for my ex. Not when she's in love with me. Sure you can. People do it all the time. Do not throw your career away for a reason like that. You're not thinking straight. I've had a long day, Benson said. I think I'm going to get some sleep. All right, just do me a favor and don't do anything drastic. Fine, I won't.
He ended the call and Tessa came out of the bathroom. Who was that?
It was my agent. A picture of you crying showed up on social media just now.
What? I didn't even see any photographers around.
We were a little preoccupied at the time, and they can have some pretty high-tech zoom features on their cameras. Some of those paparazzi can take photos of you from a mile away.
I'm so sorry, Benson. I should have tried harder to look happier in public.
It's not your fault.
Yes, it is. I could have told you I wasn't feeling up to going in public. We could have ordered room service.
We'll keep that in mind for the future. In the meantime, I can smooth this all over with my coach. I just have to reassure him that our marriage is solid. But both you and I know that's not true.
There's no reason to get your coach involved until you know for sure what you want to do. But I don't want you throwing your career away for me. That feels wrong to me.
I won't do anything drastic. I'll wait until you have your dream job before I make any big decisions about my career or this marriage.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Benson lifted his tray table and put his seat back into the upright position as his plane descended in New York. Tessa was asleep against the window. The rest of their honeymoon had been strained. He'd tried his hardest to make the best of it, but knowing that it could all end had been torture for him. He'd allowed himself to hope for a small window of time that they could work things out between them. But now he'd lost faith in that outcome. He couldn't see a way that they could work things out. Not even therapy would help him overcome his feelings for Megan. He was trapped with those unwanted emotions. He'd become a slave to them for years. He was a fool to think that he could wish them away now that Tessa was in the picture. The plane landed, and Tessa stirred. Are we in New York now? She looked beautiful with her hair slightly mussed. His heart ached at the pain he knew he'd caused her.
Yes, we're home.
Home? That seems so weird. I've thought of Maple Creek as home for so long, it's hard to imagine that another spot could take its place.
I hope New York feels as much like home as Maple Creek did.
Me too. Their plane landed, and they got their luggage and grabbed a taxi. Benson loved watching Tessa's awe as they drove through the city. She looked up at the buildings like she wanted to see where the tops of them were.
You're going to strain your neck if you keep looking up like that,
he teased. Everything's so much bigger than I'd imagined. Benson chuckled.
I'm glad you're finally getting to experience it.
There's so much going on. I like the energy of this place.
I'm not sure I ever get used to it,
Benson said.
But that's a good thing. There's always something interesting going on.
They pulled up to his building, and Benson pulled out his luggage. They took the elevator to the 27th floor, and then Benson showed Tessa to his door. He opened it and led her inside. "Benson!" she gasped. "This is gorgeous!" She slid her hand across the granite countertop. "I love it so much!" But would it be enough to get her to stay? Could she overlook his feelings for Megan? "This place is just perfect!"
Ready for the grand tour?
He asked her. "Yes, absolutely!" He walked with her through the 2-story apartment, showing her all the nooks and crannies and the various upgrades the place had.
This is the guest bedroom.
He pushed open the door. A king-sized bed sat in the center of the room. How nice!
You'd have to go down the hall for the bathroom.
He walked down to the next door.
It's right here.
He pushed open the door. "It's a little sparse in here," Tessa said. "It needs a woman's touch."
I never did claim to be much of a decorator.
Tessa laughed. He pushed open the door to the 3rd bedroom.
This is the workout room.
"I like it." Tessa walked inside. "You have weights in here and everything."
Yep.
He walked to the master bedroom.
This is my room.
A gray comforter spread across the king-size bed. The room was pretty simple. Beside a dresser and nightstands, he didn't have much else in there. They walked inside.
I have my own bathroom as well.
He pushed open the door. "Everything is so clean," Tessa said. "You don't even have junk lying around."
I tend to keep my stuff put away.
"I'm not even this clean," Tessa admitted.
I do have people that clean my place.
"But you can hardly tell anyone lives here." Benson shrugged.
If I get something out, I put it away when I'm done. If I don't have a use for it, I get rid of it.
"You're going to think I'm a cluttered mess."
I've been to your house. You're not all that bad.
He'd been to her home a few times when they were planning the wedding. "My house is spotless compared to my mom's."
My parents taught me to be tidy. That was one of the few things that stuck.
"I'm sure that's not true. You're a good person. I'm sure you learned that from them. They seem nice."
That's sweet of you to say. Both my parents are great people. It's good to hear that someone thinks they raised me right. I'm sure they would appreciate hearing that.
"I'll be sure to let them know the next time I see them."
What are we going to do?
Benson asked. "About?"
About us.
Tessa's mouth turned downward. "I don't know yet. Let's just take it one day at a time. Right now, I want to focus on getting moved in and preparing for my job interview."
I can accept that.
"Do you want to show me the rest of your place?" Tessa asked.
It's our place now, if you want it to be.
"I'd like that."
The only thing left is the deck area.
"Let's go see it." He led her back downstairs toward the living room. He pushed open the sliding glass door, and they stepped out onto the balcony. "Look at this view," Tessa breathed. "It's gorgeous."
That was what made me want the place.
"Is this a hot tub?" She walked over to it.
Yes.
"Impressive. How did you get this thing up here?
Very carefully. I hired a company to do it for me.
I guess when you're a quarterback for the New York Giants, you can have a hot tub on your balcony.
Yes, you can.
I can't take this job from you, Benson.
I can't expect you to stay in a situation where you were unhappy.
I'm not unhappy. I'm hurting. Benson wanted to take this woman in his arms and kiss away all her pain. He hated himself for not figuring out his issues before Tessa had found out about them. All of this was his fault.
When I told you before that I was glad it was you on the honeymoon and not Megan, I meant it.
Tessa looked over at him.
You and I are much more compatible.
But is that enough? Tessa asked.
Please give me more time. Our marriage is still so new, and we just started developing these feelings for each other.
What are you saying?
I'm still figuring out what it means to love you. What if we just need to give it time to grow?
I think I can see where you're going with this. The wind whipped Tessa's hair around her face.
What if my feelings for you end up eclipsing my feelings for Megan altogether?
I don't know. Is that possible? Tessa asked.
I think it's already been happening.
You do? She looked at him with a vulnerable look in her eyes.
It started on the honeymoon. The longer I've spent time with you, the stronger it's gotten.
That's beautiful, Tessa said.
So please don't give up on me. I'm trying my best to make this marriage work.
Of course I'm not going to give up on you. We can take this one day at a time.
That means so much to me. You are a remarkable woman.
Tessa and Benson decided to sleep in the same room that night. She wasn't ready to take their relationship beyond just cuddling and sleeping, but Benson was willing to wait as long as she felt she needed. He was just grateful to have her in his home at this point. He hadn't expected her to want to be in his room when she had a bed of her own. He treasured her company in his bed, her sweet kisses and snuggles. Tessa went to her job interview, and Benson spent the morning working out. He'd gotten out of his workout routine while he'd been on vacation, and he could tell a difference. After his exercise session, he showered and then dressed. He headed into the kitchen to take stock of the fridge and made a list on his phone of the foods he wanted to get. He decided to try being healthier after all the food he pigged out on during his honeymoon. Maybe try cooking a little. Tessa came back after a few hours.
How did it go?
He asked her as she came in the door. I think it went well.
That's great to hear.
They hired me on the spot, so I'd say it was a success.
What?
Benson couldn't believe it.
They hired you on the spot?
Yes, sir. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not. He thought he'd had more time for Tessa to look for jobs. He hoped that she wouldn't leave him now that she had the means to get her own place in the city. They had been doing better, but he wasn't confident that he'd completely earned her trust. He didn't know if she was being completely honest with him. What if she was only trying to spare his feelings?
Congratulations!
Somehow, the victory felt hollow. His fear that she would leave overtook the happy feelings he knew he should be feeling for her.
Should we pop some bubbly?
Sure. Do you have any?
I do.
He opened a cabinet in the kitchen and pulled out a couple of glasses. He opened the fridge and grabbed a bottle of champagne.
This was one of our wedding gifts. I had them all sent to the house.
I noticed our gifts in the living room when you gave me the tour, Tessa said. He opened the bottle and filled their glasses. It's a little early for alcohol, Tessa teased him.
Just go with it,
he said. Her phone rang. It's my dad. Do you mind if I take this? He rarely calls me.
Go ahead,
Benson said. She took a seat on the living room sectional. Hi, Dad. How are you? Her face clouded over. "What's wrong?" Benson considered what to do. He wasn't sure if she would want comfort or space. He finally decided to take a seat on the couch next to Tessa. He took her hand and squeezed it. He wanted her to know that he was there for her if she needed him. Tessa ended the call and looked up at Benson.
"Is everything okay?"
He asked. "No. My mom tried to take her life while we were on our honeymoon." Chapter 16.
"What are you going to do?"
Benson asked. "My mom's in the hospital now, but she's going to be released tomorrow. She's going to need 24-hour supervision. I can't do that for her, but I was wondering if you'd be willing to help me hire someone who can watch over her."
"We can absolutely do that."
"I'd still like to be there for her."
"We can fly back as soon as you'd like."
"You want to come with me?" Tessa asked. She was surprised he'd want to come.
"I'm not going to abandon you when you're going through this."
Tessa took his hand in hers. "That means so much to me."
"I'm here for you."
"I love you, Benson Patrick."
"I love you too."
Benson booked the flight, and Tessa went through her bags to take out the stuff she didn't need, like swimsuits. She was glad she still hadn't gotten around to unpacking. Benson had already unpacked all his stuff, so he had to repack. "I think this will be good," Tessa said. "It'll give me a chance to pack up my house."
"Are you planning to move all your stuff in here?"
Benson asked. "Of course. Where else would I put my stuff?"
"I just wasn't sure that you'd made up your mind to stay here."
"I've been thinking about that," Tessa said. "Maybe I was too harsh on you about Megan. I can't expect you to have all your old feelings immediately erased when our relationship is just beginning to become real. It just came as such a shock, and I felt so vulnerable. The last thing I want is for this marriage to end in a divorce. I don't want to be broken like my mom."
"I appreciate that. I don't want a divorce either. I plan on working hard to make this work."
Benson was quiet for a moment.
"Why don't we hire someone to pack up your house so you can focus on being there for your mom?"
"You would do that for me?" Tessa asked.
"Of course I would. Why should you have to pack up yourself? I would have already lined it up if I had thought you'd wanted it."
"Why wouldn't I?" Tessa asked. "I was always planning on living here with you."
"I wasn't sure you'd last the entire time, especially after you found out about Megan. I thought that if you got an idea of what life was like with me on a daily basis, that you'd bail on me like she did."
"Luckily for you, I'm not Megan. I plan on sticking around."
"I can't tell you how refreshing it is for me to hear that."
When they were in Maple Creek, Tessa called her dad. "Hi, I hope it's not too late."
"No, it's fine. Were you able to get back to see your mom?"
"Yes, we're already here."
"That was fast. I'm impressed."
"Benson was able to get us on the next flight out of New York."
"You need to hold on to that guy."
"I plan on it," Tessa said. "I don't want my marriage to end in divorce like what happened with you and Mom. I don't want to end up like her."
"What do you mean by end up like her?"
her dad asked. "You know, become shattered mentally because of a broken heart."
"Didn't your mother tell you? She was already having mental issues before the divorce."
"She was?"
"Oh, yes. That was why the marriage ended."
"You mean you couldn't take it anymore?"
"It felt impossible. Maybe that makes me a terrible person, but I had my limits, and she'd crossed them. I'm sorry it had to go that way for you. You would have had a better childhood if your parents had stayed together."
"I can't believe I thought all this time that the divorce caused her mental illness."
"I know it didn't help things, but she was already extremely sick before I left. You were too young to know what was going on."
Thank you for telling me this. I feel a lot better.
Did you think that something like this would happen to you?
He asked. I found out that he's still struggling with feelings for his ex.
That's rough. How are you handling that?
It hurts a lot. I want things to go well for us, but I'm not sure I can handle it.
What does he say about it?
He says that his feelings for me are starting to eclipse his feelings for Megan.
That's a start in the right direction.
I know. I appreciate it, but I want him to feel about me the way I feel about him.
I think you need to be patient with him.
I guess you're right.
Just do your best to be a good wife, and the rest will fall into place.
Thanks, Dad. I needed to hear that. They went to the hospital to pick up Tessa's mom the next day. The moment she saw her mom, she ran toward her and threw her arms around her. I'm so sorry I couldn't be here for you when you were struggling. I feel like this is all my fault. It's not your fault. I have a mental illness. It's like having cancer or any other illness. What can we do to help you get more help? Tessa asked.
I'm all set up with weekly group therapy and individual therapy.
Benson and I would like to hire someone to help you out around the house.
I don't think that's necessary. I'll be just fine.
Mom, you almost died. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I didn't know you were being watched over.
Oh, fine. If it makes you feel better, you can hire someone.
Are you serious?
Yes. I want you to go on and live your life. You don't need to be constantly worried about me.
You know it's really hard for me to live away from you, right?
You've been hovering over me for far too long. I'm ready for a bit of breathing space.
Tessa laughed. And here I thought I was abandoning you.
You'll still come back to visit, right?
Her mom asked. Yes.
Then that's all I need.
I want to make sure you're getting the best care.
I am. Your dad has been immensely helpful.
I'm glad he was able to come through for you.
I had a long conversation with him. I think it's time to let him go.
I'm glad to hear that.
There's something about knowing that he's still there for me that makes me feel like I don't have to cling so tightly.
This was the most honest conversation Tessa had shared with her mom in years. I'm so glad to hear that. Benson was waiting back at the car. He wanted to give Tessa some time alone with her mom when they reunited. Benson's here too, Tessa said. He's fully on board with getting you whatever help you need. And I'll be flying back as often as I need. He even offered to hire people to pack up my house so I could spend more time with you.
That's wonderful. My daughter is pretty loaded now.
Speaking of, I just got a job in New York City.
Already?
Let's just say it pays a lot more than what I was making in Maple Creek.
I can't tell you how proud I am of you, her mom said.
Tessa could tell that something seemed different about her mom. You look good, Mom. More present.
Oh, yes. My doctors changed my medications all around. I feel fantastic, better than I have in years. I'm practically a brand new woman.
That's amazing. Tessa marveled at the news. It's crazy what medication can do to help.
The good news about bipolar disorder is that it's treatable. I could be much worse off. I met some people in there much more ill than I have ever been. I don't want to get like that. This is why I'm going to be diligent about taking my pills on time. I even set up reminders on my phone.
It brings me a lot of peace of mind to know that you're doing so much better. Tessa felt like she could live her new life in New York without constantly worrying about her mom. She still wanted her mom to have around-the-clock care until she got on her feet. Tessa and Benson ordered some coffees and scones at Josie's coffee shop. It felt nice to be doing something so ordinary with him. The last time they'd gone to Josie's together, they had still been pretending to be in love. Now they didn't have to pretend at all. The longer Tessa spent with Benson, the more she began to see his love for her shining through. He was affectionate and attentive to her, especially in private. Being in Maple Creek made Tessa think about all the people she'd had to pretend for. She couldn't wait to tell Lauren and Chase that they had fallen in love. She knew they'd be happy for them. Maybe they would stop by after they grabbed their coffee. When their order was up, Tessa and Benson grabbed the goods and headed to a table. "I like being with you," Tessa told him.
"That's good to hear,"
Benson said, sipping his hot drink.
"You know, I've been to lots of little New York coffee shops, and Josie's tops them all. You can't beat her special brew."
"It really is fantastic," Tessa agreed.
"Well, if it isn't
The honeymooners!" Mrs. Wheaton approached them with a coffee in her hand. "Hi there, Mrs. Wheaton," Tessa said. She wondered if the old busybody knew how much trouble she'd caused in their marriage.
Don't you two look cozy?"
She appraised Tessa and Benson all cuddled up together in a booth. "This is the comfiest spot I can think of," Tessa said, smiling up from her place next to Benson.
"Benson, you got lucky with this one. There's no denying that she's in love with you.
And it's such a shame what happened with your first wedding.
At least you know this one is staying by your side."
"I'm not going anywhere," Tessa said. "He's stuck with me forever."
"That's so beautiful," Mrs. Wheaton crooned. "What a happy ending to such a sad story for Benson. Why, when I heard about what that other girl did to you, I couldn't believe it. You poor dear. What you must have endured."
Tessa cringed. She knew Benson had wanted it kept secret. Who knew how many people Mrs. Wheaton had told in Maple Creek? It would only be a matter of time before the papers covered it. When that moment came, Tessa was determined to be there by Benson's side to support him through it all, if that was what he wanted. She'd learned her lesson about being too controlling and smothering. Sometimes it was better to let the person know you were there for them before stepping back to allow them to make their own choices. It was difficult for her to trust Benson, but she was working on it. She wanted to show him that she could allow him to come to love her at his own pace. And life wasn't a competition. Did she really need to eclipse Megan in his heart? Wasn't it enough for her to grow in his heart in her own way? But she'd been so insecure before. But the longer she spent with Benson, the more she saw that it didn't matter what had happened with Megan before. He loved her today. And that love would only grow. It was fresh and new, like a sapling. She just had to make sure their love was cared for and nurtured. She was more than willing to do that. Mrs. Wheaton said goodbye and then disappeared from the shop. "Are you okay?" Tessa asked.
"The whole town probably knows about my past with Megan now," Benson said.
"I'm so sorry."
"You know, now that the secret is out, I'm starting to realize that maybe it wasn't that necessary to hide it in the first place."
"What do you mean?" Tessa asked.
"I thought Megan was such a big deal. But now that I'm with you, I see that it didn't matter what happened with her. Megan did me a favor by leaving."
"How's that?" Tessa asked.
"If she hadn't taken off, I wouldn't be here with you now."
Tessa's heart felt like it would burst with happiness. "Do you mean that?"
"I do. You've made me a happy man. I feel better than I've been in a long time. I didn't know I could feel this much joy."
"Were you not doing well before we got together?"
"I was using the reckless behavior to numb the pain. After what happened with Megan, I didn't think I was worthy of a woman's love.
You're more than worthy, Benson. You have my heart completely.
Thank you, Tessa. You have my heart, too.
She squeezed his hand and his eyes met hers.
I've always been kind of wild, but it was getting worse and worse.
To the point that you almost lost your career, Tessa said.
Thanks to you, it looks like my career is sticking around.
Have you talked to your coach about the picture of me crying at the restaurant in St. Lucia?
Yes, I told him that all was well between us.
And we'll work hard every day to show him how true that is. Benson looked down at her, and the corners of his eyes crinkled.
I don't think that will be hard at all, because I'm madly in love with you, Tessa.
I can't imagine my life without you.
To think we ever considered a divorce.
What were we thinking? You're stuck with me forever.
Good. I'm not planning on going anywhere either.
Tessa and Benson sipped wine in their hot tub, overlooking the city lights. Tessa had successfully moved all her belongings into their new home. She'd integrated much of her decor with Benson's, and it was beginning to feel like their lives had fully entwined. Every day, Tessa felt closer to Benson. She'd fully moved into the master bedroom, and she had no intention of ever leaving. She'd even gotten Benson to agree to let her redecorate the room in more feminine colors. He didn't seem to mind her changing things up. He just wanted her near him and fully in his life. Tessa had never felt so happy in all her life. Her new job was going well, and she had the potential to move up within the company. The football season had started up again, and Benson's coach had forgiven him. He'd even invited Tessa and Benson to come over for dinner, and had seen them together in love firsthand. He was impressed with how much Benson had calmed down. "Would you ever consider getting a dog?" Tessa asked.
A dog? He teased. Are you saying you want to take our relationship to the next level?
I think I'm ready for something a bit more permanent. And who knows, maybe someday we can think about having a kid. Benson looked at her with surprise on his face.
You'd want to have kids?
I'm not in any rush. Let's start with the dog first, and then we can see how we do as pet parents.
I like that idea.
Tessa took a sip of her wine. This is an incredible view.
I'm blessed to have it,
Benson said. Gratitude swelled in Tessa's heart as she looked around at all she had in her life now. This was the happily ever after she'd always dreamed of, but never thought she would find. Somehow, she'd discovered it with this amazing man. She could only imagine what was in store for them next. Epilogue. Soraya swept a strand of hair from her eyes as she wiped down the glass on the case displaying the jewelry for her store. It was finally the end of the day, and she was eager to get home and put her feet up for the evening. Maybe sip a cup of hot cocoa. She'd just locked up the store for the night. She put the spray cleaner and the rag away and went to get her purse so she could head home. A tapping noise sounded on the glass of the front door. Soraya came out from her office to see Mrs. Wheaton standing at the sign that said they were closed. "Yoo-hoo! Is anyone in there?" Soraya let out an exhausted sigh and walked to let her in. "Hello, Mrs. Wheaton. What can I do for you today?"
"Oh, thank you so much for letting me stop by after you've already closed. I feel so bad, but my anniversary is tomorrow, and I would like to get my ring cleaned to take some pictures with Walter. Do you think you could be a dear and clean it for me?"
Soraya grit her teeth and smiled. "Of course I can."
"Aren't you the sweetest? I can't tell you how much I appreciate this."
"It's really no problem." Except for the fact that she was exhausted and her feet were killing her. Soraya went to get the cleaning solution. I just heard the most interesting thing when I was on my way over here. I stopped by Josie's coffee shop, and I saw Doris Blevins. She told me that Maple Creek is about to have one of their own, newly available as the town's most eligible bachelor. Soraya didn't like to gossip, but she never seemed to be able to avoid it when Mrs. Wheaton was around. Somehow the older woman always sucked her into her meddling conversations. You'll never believe who it was. Soraya could tell Mrs. Wheaton was trying to get her to guess. I'm sure it's not any of my business. I figured you would want to be the first to know, since he was an old flame of yours. Krane? Soraya couldn't believe it. He'd been married for so long that she assumed he'd be sucked into the family life. Not becoming an eligible bachelor. She was sorry to hear that his marriage had failed. Yes, Krane Leland. Did you know that he's a billionaire now? Who would have thought our own little Krane would become so successful? Soraya wasn't surprised that Krane had done so well. He'd been groomed for it from birth. He'd ended up taking over his grandfather's company, but $1 billion was an unfathomable amount of money. I heard his divorce has been a nasty one. He might need some cheering up. That's too bad, Soraya said. Don't you see what I'm saying? Mrs. Wheaton said. This is a perfect opportunity for you to rekindle what you once had with him. Soraya didn't want to discuss her past with Krane with Mrs. Wheaton, but there was a reason she and Krane had broken up. If they hadn't worked out then, they wouldn't work out now. Soraya was happy being single. She had a steady job and owned her home. She had no plans to change anything in her life. She was sorry that Krane was going through a hard time, but it had nothing to do with her. She knew that the last thing he would want was to hear from her. It was bad enough that she'd had to see so much of him at Tessa and Benson's wedding. Speaking to him again would only bring up past hurts that were better left alone. This has been Her Athlete's Wedding Secret, a small-town celebrity romance, a Maple Creek Sweet Romance, Book 4. Written by Cindy Ray Hale, narrated by Liz Krane. Copyright 2021 by Cindy Ray Hale. Production copyright by Cindy Ray Hale.
Hi guys, my name is Cindy Ray Hale. I'm the author of Her Athlete's Wedding Secret. I hope you enjoyed listening to this book. I had a lot of fun writing it and producing it into this YouTube video. It's my first time putting an audiobook up on YouTube, and I'm really excited to join this platform. And I hope you guys all like and subscribe to my channel so that you can get more free books from me. I wanted to take a minute and give you a little bit of behind the scenes information about this book. I had a lot of fun writing it. A lot of the character of Benson was inspired by my husband because he could be kind of rambunctious and fun-loving and sometimes get into a little bit of trouble. Nothing too much, but he likes to bend the rules a little bit. And so we came up with the idea, actually he came up with the idea to have Benson spinning circles in his truck, Old Bessie, in Central Park. And Old Bessie is actually very similar to what my husband called his old truck. It was a 1984 Dodge Ram, and he named it Old Betsy because he said it reminded him of an old milk cow. And so he thought that would be an appropriate name for his truck. And so we memorialized the truck by putting it in this book. And my husband John also came up with the part where the mayor's daughter gets drunk and they steal those beers, and that was a lot of fun. And he came up with that, and I was like, we're totally putting that in the book. So he's kind of my partner in crime when I write and I get stuck on something and I can't come up with a fresh idea. I'll come to him, and he always like that. He just comes up with something awesome, and I'm like, great, I'm putting that in. And just type away. And so anyway, I don't know if you knew this, but this book was actually a Swoony Award finalist in December of 2021, which was just recently. I'm making this video in January of 2022. So it was just last month. It was a Swoony Award finalist, and it was really exciting for me. And big surprise, I wasn't expecting that. So I hope you guys take some time, and if you really liked it, leave a review on Amazon, and just let other people know what you thought. And once again, like and subscribe, and thank you so much for watching. I hope you read more of my books. Thanks. Bye.